Good evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb.
And I'm meteorologist Melissa Nord.
We are joining you tonight with extended coverage of the landfall of Hurricane Helene and then Georgia being the next target as we are watching this storm. Melissa, breaking news that this was just upgraded to a Category 4 hurricane. We want you to know, if you are tuning in right now to watch Wheel of Fortune, we have moved that over to WATL. You do still have the ability to watch Wheel of Fortune. It is going to be on WATL Channel 36. Melissa and I have been watching this storm as it has been getting much better organized. It has been strengthening, and we do expect a landfall later on tonight. And then Georgia is the next target that Melissa is going to be tracking, and she's going to step out to kind of look at the rain in our area and even the flood watches and warnings that are in effect right now. We'll get back to her coming up in just a moment. But first, here's what we're watching with Hurricane Helene at this hour. You can see the structure of the storm, the center there, south of the Big Bend region. We still think it's going to be moving up to the north, making that landfall later on tonight, more likely after 8, 9, maybe 10 o'clock tonight for that landfall. But you know, we tell you a lot of times, don't focus just on that center area of circulation, because this is a very large hurricane and it is extending and bringing severe weather along the entire western coast of the peninsula of Florida. We've even had some tornado warnings up in the panhandle of Florida, and this is only going to get worse as this system continues to strengthen before landfall and continues to move up toward the north. We've got a tornado watch in effect for the Florida Peninsula, another tornado watch for North Florida and into South Georgia. There is a tornado warning down in parts of Southwest Georgia, another tornado watch in parts of East Georgia and over into South Carolina. And you will notice how, even though the system is, the flow around that is pushing a lot of that Gulf moisture into our area, we have already had a lot of rain here from yesterday and into today, but more tropical moisture is moving in. We are bracing for flooding rain possible, damaging winds that are going to be at tropical storm force, and even some areas on the south side have the potential to have hurricane force winds. And we're also watching that potential for some severe weather, mainly on the east side. Here is the latest that was updated right after we finished the weathercast at 6:15 tonight. They issued an intermediate advisory saying, yes, this has now been upgraded to a Category 4 at 130 miles an hour. So really what happened was earlier the winds were at 125, and that is a high-end Category 3. It increased another 5 miles an hour, so that takes it to that threshold of a Category 4. So here is a look at that track right now. The system is going to continue moving up for that landfall later on tonight, 9, 10 o'clock, and then it will still be a Category 2 hurricane into Southwest Georgia. This is going to cause a lot of damage there, and then a tropical storm when it moves into our area. This would be early tomorrow morning with those tropical storm force winds, and then it moves up toward the north and kind of fades out. What I want to stress to you right now, as I show you this cone, this is called the cone of uncertainty. And this cone just shows us where there's a margin of error. Maybe the center could be here, maybe it's here, or maybe it's there when the system moves through. So this cone is not the cone of impacts. The impacts are going to extend well outside of the cone. So I don't want you folks over in West Georgia to think, oh, I'm not in the cone, I'm okay, right? No, you're still going to have impacts in West Georgia. The same thing in East Georgia. So this cone is just that, the cone of uncertainty as to where the center of the circulation is going to be. Let's talk about those impacts as the system moves on up to the north of us. We do now have an expansion of the hurricane warning that not only includes the coast in South Georgia, but now more counties. It's inching northward a little bit more where we have this hurricane warning in effect. So of course you would expect it there along the coast where we have that landfall. South Georgia is in a hurricane warning, much of Middle Georgia in a hurricane warning, but now look at these counties that were added later this afternoon, where more counties on the south side are in this hurricane warning. You've got Upson County, Pike County, Lamar County, also into Spalding County, Butts County, and Jasper County. That line down to the south is the hurricane warning. I want you to be prepared in those areas for hurricane force winds, and that would be winds of 75 miles an hour or greater. Then the rest of us in the blue counties that you see here, this is where we have tropical storm warning in effect for all of North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, over toward Athens, Augusta, and down toward the LaGrange area, where we will be experiencing tropical storm force winds. Those are winds of 39 miles an hour or greater, but the deal is that might be on the higher end of the winds that we're going to be seeing here. We're talking about 40 to 60, even some wind gusts, maybe 70 to even 80 miles an hour, especially over on the east. Severe weather threat. Remember that track we were showing you moving up just like this? On the right-hand side, that is the side of the system where we have that potential for strong storms. A level 1 risk pretty much along, I say roughly along the I-85 corridor. Over to the east is that level 1 of 5 risk, and then the severe weather risk gets higher as you go on over to the east. Again, watching those bands of rain coming in, and a lot of times with landfalling tropical systems, we do get some rotation in that. And then tomorrow, that severe weather threat goes up into the Carolinas, so we will see improving conditions here for tomorrow. All right, so I want you to focus on this right now. We want to break this down for what to expect for the rest of the evening hours tonight, and then tomorrow morning for overnight, and into tomorrow morning. So there's a lot to watch here, but this breaks it down pretty well as what to expect. This evening, we're going to continue with the rain moving through, and at times it is going to be heavy during the evening hours. I want you to be aware for the wind. It hasn't been bad out there yet, but we're expecting those winds to kick up even more late this evening, and then the main time frame will be overnight tonight and into early tomorrow morning when we see those strongest winds. So this evening, winds, it just starts getting a little breezy with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. I want you to watch for some standing water on the roads and the potential for flooding, especially in some of those low-lying areas. Then overnight, this is when it starts kicking in. The reason we are on with you right now, and the reason we're going to be on with you during the overnight hours, is because we know that it's going to be hard to sleep tonight, hearing that very heavy rain, hearing those winds, and hearing those trees cracking and maybe falling outside. So we want to be here with you during those overnight hours as well. That's when we're going to see the heavy rain and flooding. We've got that tropical storm warning, and in the tropical storm warning, we're talking winds 50 to 70 miles an hour gusting. In the hurricane warning on the south side, we're going to see some winds at 80 miles an hour. We do have that low tornado risk mainly over on the east side. Then early tomorrow morning, that's going to be the time frame where it is also most active. We're going to see heavy rain early in the morning with the potential for flooding. Still in that tropical storm warning area, gusts 50 to 70 miles an hour. In the hurricane warning area, 80 mile an hour wind gusts. Finally, by the afternoon hours, and even around lunchtime tomorrow, this is going to start kicking out of here, where we're going to see the rain that will be tapering off somewhat. The winds, though, won't be as strong, but it's still going to be rather breezy here during the daytime hours tomorrow. So a lot of impacts to watch. We have already had a lot of rain that has been moving through our area. We've seen flood warnings in effect. Melissa Nord is focusing in on a little bit more of those local impacts that are going on right now.
Yeah, and even before the winds pick up, the flooding threats are already here. So the entire area is under a flood watch, and you can see we've got really this conveyor belt of tropical moisture just pushing more rain into North Georgia. A lot of this rain started off light earlier today, but it's picked up in intensity as we've gone through the evening. So now we're watching those flooding threats really increasing. So big picture, there is one pocket out between Augusta and say Eatonton or so in Putnam County where it is not raining steadily, but we've seen some areas where the rain is more steady and heavy at times that is lifting up through northeast Georgia. There are 2 areas in flash flood warnings, and this covers a really good chunk of real estate here in the metro, anywhere from kind of Roswell down through southern kind of Norcross area in Gwinnett County and through DeKalb County, Atlanta, all the way down into Clayton, Henry, Pike, Lamar, and Upson counties and Spalding. So a lot of folks are in these flash flood warnings. Still some heavy rainfall. Moderate, we're going to call it moderate. It's going to get heavier through the overnight, but these are moving from south to north. So you see here in DeKalb County, we have one area of orange, which is moderate rain. It's also pushing up into Roswell that just got more moderate rain. So these areas of heavier rain are pushing through the same spots over and over again, and that's causing a greater concern for standing water on the roadways, even some roads that may be covered up with water where you can't quite go over that road. Also on the south side, as you travel along the 675-75 split and through Forest Park and down into McDonough, even we have some more pockets where that rain is heavier. We're watching a lot more of it earlier today as well, a couple of hours ago in kind of Spalding, Griffin area. Luckily, that has lightened up a little bit, but it has been a lot of rain, right? And we still have about another, dozen to maybe 14 hours to go, and it's already causing this. I'm sure you've seen similar scenes in your own backyard. This is from Grayson. Debbie Ringer, one of our 11 Alive Weather Impact Team members on Facebook, posted this photo earlier saying, it is turning into a pond already in my backyard, and we have several hours to go. So that's really what we're going to see a lot more of. And then as the creeks and streams get overwhelmed by water, we start to see flooding threats increasing. And why are we seeing so much of a threat of flooding? Well, it's because our ground has already gotten a lot of rain in the last day. Wednesday, we had a lot of rain. A lot of spots picked up 1 to 3 inches of rain. And now on top of that, we're adding another 3 to 6 inches of rainfall. The ground is already saturated. If you think about it, when you're doing dishes at home, you got to wring out the sponge before you can take more water in. Well, the ground is like a soaked sponge. You can't take any more water in. We don't have an opportunity to dry out. So the ground is not going to be able to take in this rainfall. The water's got to go somewhere. It goes into the creeks, the streams, the lower lying points on the roads, and that's when we start to see flooding unfolding. So we're under a flood watch. In fact, for the overnight, it's a very rare high risk. This is not a severe weather outlook. This is a flooding outlook from the Weather Prediction Center. You see that bright magenta color all the way from the North Georgia mountains through Lake Lanier, Athens, Atlanta, down into Macon. We're overnight. So as you're thinking about it, we're approaching sunset. The rain's going to pick up in intensity. If you don't absolutely have to be on the roads later tonight, this rain is going to do a number on the roads, plus we add the winds on top of it. Very dangerous travel conditions likely, especially as we get later past the midnight hour when those wind gusts pick up. And speaking of wind gusts, okay, the wind gusts coming after all of these many inches of rain, it's going to exacerbate the power outage potential. It's going to cause more trees to come up by the root system, and it will cause more power outages. So this power outage risk map shows you how we feel the power outages may end up unfolding here in North Georgia. There will be many power outages. I mean, many. It'll be nearly widespread in parts of our community. And these power outages, because so many people will be without power, they're not going to be a quick, oh, it's back on in 2 hours scenario. That's why we've been preparing you the last couple of days, telling you have the batteries ready to go, have the flashlight ready to go. If you do lose power, are there other devices that are necessary for you to use, and that type of stuff. So power outage risk, you see the color scheme up here at the top. Areas in the hurricane warning and up through about Athens, okay? That's where we feel like the gusts will be most likely to exceed 70 miles per hour. That's where we feel the power outages will be most widespread. But even though that Rome and up in the North Georgia mountains, you may not be in that kind of red shade on the map, it doesn't mean you're not going to see power outages. We will see power outages northwest, east, south, every different part of the state, Chris. And the timing of these power outages will increase in the overnight as those wind gusts really pick up, especially after about 2 o'clock in the morning.
And, you know, this is a perfect recipe for those power outages with that rain and with that wind, as you just said. So here's a look at that wind forecast during the overnight hours. Look at this. This would be the center of circulation over near the Eatonton area. 4:30 in the morning, 53-mile-an-hour winds there, 40-mile-an-hour winds in Athens, 50-mile-an-hour winds in Gainesville. I know you're seeing 22-miles-an-hour winds in Atlanta, saying that's not bad. Well, look at this. It bumps up to 47-mile-an-hour wind gusts at about 6:30 in the morning here tomorrow, and then 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Peachtree City. Thomaston, still very strong winds there too. As that system moves up toward the north, the strongest winds move away, but we're still going to be dealing with breezy conditions in the afternoon hours here on Friday. That's why we still have that weather impact alert, not only for tonight, but also during the day for tomorrow. Now, we know we can't stop this storm, but there are things that we can do to keep our families safe. I want to go to Doug Richards right now. He was with the state in GEMA earlier and the governor as they announced plans of what the state is doing to try to help us all weather this storm.
Hey, Chris. Yes, the state has been putting together teams from departments ranging from the Georgia State Patrol to the Department of Corrections, trying to sort of wrangle how to do the deployment of resources for this hurricane that's coming right up on us here. Governor Brian Kemp was among the workers who were at the Georgia Emergency Management Agency headquarters in the control room monitoring weather reports from South Georgia and Florida, deploying state workers and utility workers to expect calls for help from every corner of the state, including Metro Atlanta. During a news conference, Kemp asked Georgia residents to be patient with recovery workers as the storm passes.
Also, would just like to urge people's patience. As you know, depending on really how many trees we have down, how much debris we're dealing with, how many power lines we have down, and what we're dealing with there, it's going to probably take us a while to get power back going with the size of the storm, and also just how much of the state it's going to affect. So I would ask people just to be patient. I can promise you we will respond with full force as soon as it's safe to do so.
Kemp said that utility companies, including Georgia Power, as well as the other smaller utility companies, have about 18,000 workers ready to start work tomorrow to restore power once power outages are sort of figured out and mapped out. Chris, I will tell you that it has gotten noticeably breezier here in the last hour, hour and a half, actually really in the last half hour. And it seems to portend things to come. Back to you.
And that's exactly what we are expecting, Doug. You know, I listened into part of that press conference as well, and it really was interesting to me hearing that, you know, Georgia has 159 counties. All 159 counties are going to be impacted by this storm in some way. Some counties higher risk than others, but this is something that is going to be very impactful for the entire state. We often think back at, you know, we had Tropical Storm Alberto that caused flooding in our area. We had Opal, we had Ivan, we had Irma, we had Michael that came up into South Georgia. Those are all memorable storms that impacted us. Helene is going to be a name added to that list. And you can see all this rain that's going to be moving into our area here, and it gets even harder, heavier rain during the overnight. There's that center of circulation moving up toward the north into the east, and then things get a little bit better tomorrow. Now, I mentioned some areas are going to be impacted a little bit more than others, and that's generally on the right-hand side of that track, like areas of Athens and Gainesville. Let's go to Cody Alcorn right now up in the Gainesville area. Cody, you are in that quadrant of the storm later on tonight, in that area that's going to see some of those higher impacts.
Yeah, Chris, making our way from Atlanta here, I can tell you that there was a lot of traffic, heavy rain as well. And right now we are actually in Gainesville, where this team just got here. These are the folks, Missouri Task Force 1. They're out of Boone County, Missouri. There's about 40 of these members here. They include doctors, K-9 teams. They're all specialized in different fields. And you can see here they have their boats with them as well. They are ready for any high-risk rescues they need to be once this storm starts to move in. We are expecting a lot of rain, even here in North Georgia. And you can see another unit here. They all came in these vans. This one has an ATV attached to it. They're ready in case trees do come down, that these roads are impassable, that they can actually have different ATVs like this one on the Missouri Task Force 1 to actually get around those down trees and get to people who may be trapped. So again, this is just part of their team. We're going to walk up here for a minute too, Chris. You can see there's also other vehicles stationed here as well. In fact, we talked with the leader of this group here. He is from Boone County, Missouri. He's kind of the commander of Missouri Task 1. Take a listen to what he has to say about the equipment they brought on this journey.
So I bring 100,000 pounds of equipment. So we bring boats, we bring structural collapse equipment, we bring rope rescue equipment, we bring hazardous material equipment. So there's nothing we can't do when we get called to a scene.
And you can see these semis here. That is also part of the equipment, part of the 100,000 pounds of equipment that this team brought with them to actually be able to assist. Now, again, he talked about they can respond if they need to do water rescues, structural collapses as well. Of course, there's a chance for tornadoes with this system. They said they can actually be out of here within 5 minutes. The team right now getting a bite to eat across the street. They got here about 3 hours ago, Chris, but again, the minute they get the phone call from anywhere in the state, they will load up, be on the road within 5 minutes to respond as the storm starts to move through. And I'll tell you, they did not get much of a break. This team was actually down for Hurricane Francine. We're stationed down there. Fortunately, they weren't had to be used down there, so they said that's some good news. But they say the way this storm is shaping up, they have no doubt they will be dispatched at some point overnight somewhere in the state of Georgia.
All right, Cody, thank you so much. It's a little comforting to know that if people need help, there are people out there waiting to help as the system moves in. Stay with us. We're going to keep an eye on the eye of this storm as it gets closer to landfall. We have much more for you coming up in just a few minutes. Be ready with the 11 Alive weather impact.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night,
We help you get prepared for any weather.
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife,
the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we
And welcome back to our special coverage of this weather impact alert as Hurricane Helene is nearing landfall within the next few hours on the Florida coast. Our entire team is walking you through this system that is going to be a very impactful system as it not only is making landfall in Florida later on this evening, but then moving through Georgia throughout the nighttime hours tonight and overnight as well. So Hurricane Helene is now a Category 4 hurricane before it's even reaching the coast. We think that landfall will be 9, 10 o'clock tonight there in the Big Bend region. We have already had a lot of rain here. We're expecting an additional 3 to 6 inches of rain. So the rain that we've already had was with a cold front. And then today, the flow around Helene and the Gulf of Mexico is enhancing the Gulf moisture moving our way. But then the rain shield with Helene still has to get here. And that's going to be overnight tonight and into early tomorrow morning. So we have a lot of rain. That is going to cause some flooding in many areas. The next concern is the wind. We're talking about 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gust in the areas where we have a tropical storm warning. Most of us are in a tropical storm warning. We have some counties on the south side, like down towards Spalding County, Pike County, Upson County, Jasper County, and Butts County, where we have a hurricane warning in effect. We could see winds there at 80 miles an hour. The other thing we're watching is the tornado risk. That's mainly going to be over into parts of East Georgia on the east side of that track. Here is the storm, Category 4 right now. Now, there's the center of that circulation, but all of Florida is feeling the impacts right now. This is a very large storm system that is sending in those bands of rain there to the Florida Peninsula, and it's not only have tornado watches there, but there's a tornado warning just north of the Fort Myers area. As you move up into North Florida and into South Georgia, another tornado watch in effect, and with that, we have a couple of tornado warnings there too. We expect the center of the circulation. It almost looks like that has taken a little bit of a jog over to the east. We still think this is going to be moving up to the Big Bend area with that landfall tonight as a Category 4 hurricane moving inland during the evening hours. There you can see those additional tornado warnings there in South Georgia, another tornado watch in East Georgia and into South Carolina. And this is where you can see kind of the flow, the circulation around that counterclockwise flow that is feeding in all of that moisture into our area on top of the rain that we've already had thanks to the front that moved in for the first part of the week here for the yesterday, during the day today, and now additional rain is going to be moving in, and that is going to be flooding rain here in our area. Here is the track we're watching, Category 4, max winds at 130 miles an hour right now. This could even go even higher. Now, 130 miles an hour is the low end Cat 4. When it was 125, that was when it was a Cat 3. So if you're wondering why is it one time we see it's a Cat 3 and then it's a Cat 4, it's going between 120 and 130 miles an hour, and that is the difference there between a Cat 3 and 4. If it got up to 156 miles an hour, then it would be upgraded to a Category 5. I've had a few people ask me, Chris, could this be a Cat 5 at landfall? As it's getting a little bit closer, and since it is a low-end Cat 4, it's not out of the question it could be a Category 5, but it's starting to run out a little bit of time for that strengthening to take place. It has been experiencing, though, really fast intensification with that. So there you can see, moving inland tonight, still a Category 2 hurricane well inland there in parts of South Georgia, and then coming down to a Cat 1 in middle Georgia. We do think by the time it gets to the Atlanta area, it will be tropical storm force winds, 50 to 65 mile an hour winds still there with higher gusts possible, and then it moves up to the north into areas of Tennessee and Kentucky, and you see those areas of low pressure. What's going to happen is it's going to stall out, and then it's pretty much going to fall apart there in parts of Kentucky. The good news about this is you'll notice these pretty big jumps. So from 2 a.m. to 2 p.m., that's a 12-hour trip there from South Georgia into Tennessee. A lot of times these tropical systems could travel slowly and will just keep the wind for a long time and keep the rain going for a long time. At least this one is moving pretty quickly. This isn't going to stick around long. It's going to really, the main window of those higher impacts for us will be, let's say, from 2 in the morning till about 8 in the morning, and then things are going to be improving later in the day for tomorrow. So this is what I want you to be aware of before we get to the bottom of the hour. This weather impact alert is still in effect for the rest of the night now, and it'll be in effect during the day tomorrow. The impacts we're watching, rain, and this is going to be flooding rain. The wind will be damaging wind, tropical storm force winds, and then we're watching for the risk of storms. So you still most likely have power out there right now. Prepare for those outages now. Make sure you are charging your phone, you are charging your devices. If you lose power, you will still be able to get information from us on those devices on our app. And then also make sure you have batteries as well for the flashlights or anything else you need for some power. Are we going to break now? Okay, stay with us. We'll be back with much more. Jennifer Bellamy and Jonathan Martin are standing by at our news desk as well. We'll have more from them and the rest of our team coming up.
Artificial intelligence to checking claims from the candidates. Get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk. So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night. We help you get prepared for any weather, no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks,
the nightlife, the people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulator.
Thanks so much for joining us here at 7:30. If you are looking for Jeopardy, we do want to let you know as we continue our extended coverage here on 11 Alive, you can find Jeopardy right now on our sister station ATL, WATL. Well, as Governor Kemp said earlier today, the storm is going to impact the whole state of Georgia, not just places that are on the Gulf Coast.
Joining us now on the phone is Lieutenant Stuart Smith. He's the Public Information Officer for the Troup County Emergency Management Agency. Good evening, Lieutenant. Thanks so much for being with us. We know that it is going to be a busy night for you and your crew down there.
Yeah, so we've been preparing for the last 3 days. We've had meetings down here with our emergency management staff and all our government leaders and first responders gearing up for, what this storm is coming together. I think the forecasts have pretty much told us what we're expecting, and it's all hands on deck. We've got a lot of people coming in starting in the next couple of hours. We're going to work through the night and through the morning.
Lieutenant, I was just reading on your Facebook page for Troup County, you're encouraging residents there to shelter in place starting at 11 o'clock tonight.
That's correct. Obviously, it's not a mandatory shelter in place, but it is highly encouraged because looking at the forecast, it's going to get really bad after midnight and through daylight. We're expecting a lot of trees down, power outages, and if we can just keep people off the roads, that's going to help our staffs out as they respond to these. And certainly with the power outages and trees down, you're not going to see those if you get right up on them if you're on the roadways.
Do you have any other advice for folks in your community and all across Georgia? Because this certainly isn't a system that we see all the time.
Yeah, we get tornadoes around here, and certainly this is going to be historic for us. I know people mentioned the name Opal. We had about 29 years ago, and some people remember that. And I know a lot of people get the feeling that it's not going to be bad. It's not going to happen here, but we've been watching this. We've been listening to the forecast, and it's going to get very serious overnight. And storms overnight are the worst, and we just want people to pay attention, charge your devices up, have a way to get warnings. If your power goes out, don't go outside and check your house or anything. Just stay in place, stay in your house until you can safely see outside.
That's such good advice, like you said, for everyone in our viewing area. Real quickly before you go, I do know that you also have mentioned that your first responders, they will likely also be sheltering in place. So the good advice to people is don't be out if you don't have to, because you want your first responders to also be able to stay safe in this storm as well.
That's right. If conditions get very harsh outside where it's unsafe to drive or unsafe to be outside, we don't want to put those first responders in danger as well, because if they can't safely get to where they need to get to, then they're not doing anybody any good. And so please take care of yourself inside your homes. If it gets really bad, our guys are going to stay where they're at. I mean, that includes our deputies, our police officers, our firefighters, paramedics, everybody.
All right. Lieutenant Stuart Smith with the Troup County Emergency Management Agency. Thank you so much for your time and your work tonight. Stay safe to you and all of your crew members.
All right, well, we are just getting started here. In fact, we're going to be here with you all night long tracking Helene. Jennifer and I will be here along with our meteorologist, so don't go anywhere. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
Highlights, viral plays, stars, recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife,
the people. It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene as it makes its way toward Georgia and metro Atlanta.
Now, this is now expected to make landfall as a powerful Category 4 storm, and we're going to be with you all night right here with our coverage. Let's start tonight with our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, and meteorologist Melissa Nord, as they are both tracking this storm. So what's the latest right now?
The latest is that it has been upgraded to that Category 4. When we left you at 6 o'clock tonight, we were saying it was a Category 3. They gave us an intermediate advisory or position update saying that this has now gone from 125 mile an hour winds to 130 mile an hour winds, which makes it a Category 4 hurricane.
It is interesting to see on the satellite loop the last couple of hours. It's really winding up, wrapping up, and you can see that clear eye wall where the strongest winds are. And we're expecting that eye wall in a different form as it's weaker after landfall to move into parts of North Georgia. So big impacts to come overnight tonight while you're asleep, while you are hearing things outside, and we're going to be here through the whole duration of the event to kind of walk you through what's happening out there.
And as we mentioned earlier, if you're looking for Jeopardy, it is on our sister station on WATL, Channel 36, but we're going to be here committed to give you this live breaking coverage as this eye wall is going to be making hurricane really within just a matter of hours and the impacts on us locally.
What's crazy though, if you look at this big picture, I mean, as this is coming in, the storm surge, Chris, along the Big Bend, the top of the Big Bend, all the way down to the east, could be in some places 15 to as much as 20 feet. You can't survive that in a two-story building. So really significant impacts on the coast, but because it's moving so quickly, it's still a significant hurricane when it crosses the state line into Georgia, and that sets us in a place for significant winds overnight as well.
And that's what we're going to be tracking for you. Melissa's focusing on those local impacts. She's going to track keeping an eye on those flood warnings that are in effect out there right now. Here's the system and the latest that we have. It looks like it's taken a little bit of a jog to the east, still thinking it's going to go up to the Big Bend region. We're going to be on the air when this makes landfall coming up in just a little while during the next couple of hours. We think 8, 9 o'clock is when we'll actually see the center of that circulation crossing over the coast. But that's the center of circulation. We know this is a very large hurricane impacting a lot of people, and the impacts are far outside of just that center of that circulation. Look at this over along the western peninsula of Florida there, where we have a tornado watch in effect. We have these bands moving in. That is prompting this tornado warning in one of those bands over near the Fort Myers area. We also have a tornado watch in effect for North Florida into South Georgia. We've got a couple of tornado warnings in South Georgia right now. Another tornado watch over in eastern Georgia and into South Carolina. And then that moisture is feeding our way. So there you see it, a Cat 4 maximum sustained winds 130 miles an hour. This is moving north-northeast at 23 miles an hour. So this is moving at a pretty fast pace. Good news and bad news about that is, the good news is it's going to move through our area very quickly, but because it is moving so fast, the weakening process is going to be slowed down a little bit. So I want you to see this. After landfall, it's a Cat 4, but it's moving so quickly into southwest Georgia, it's still going to be a Category 2 hurricane there in South Georgia, and then by the time it gets to us, it will be a tropical storm, and then you can see that area of low pressure as it diminishes into Tennessee and also into the Kentucky area. That'll be once we get into later Friday and also into the weekend as well. Here's a look at the alerts that we have right now. Of course, you would think there would be a hurricane warning there at landfall along the coast, but I want you to look at that red color. This is a hurricane warning that not only extends into South Georgia and into Middle Georgia, but also into the South Metro counties. Some of these counties included in the hurricane warning are Upson County, Pike County, Lamar County, Spalding County, Butts County, and Jasper County. The rest of us are in that tropical storm warning with tropical storm force winds, talking winds 40 to 60 miles an hour here. In that red area where we have the hurricane warning, we're talking winds around 80 miles an hour with some of those gusts that will be moving through. Take a look at these winds that we're talking about, where you do see 53 mile an hour winds in Eatonton early tomorrow morning, 40 mile an hour winds in Athens, 50 mile an hour winds in Gainesville, and then look at Atlanta getting up to 47 mile an hour winds at 6:30. Same thing for Thomaston, Peachtree City, Marietta, 40 mile an hour wind gusts. This is going to be a very impactful system here in our area. Melissa Nord is standing by here. She's going to be showing us some of those flood products that we have, as well as what we're watching out there. But before we do that, we want to go to Angelina Salcido. She is in Valdosta. You know, Angelina, last night at 11 o'clock, we saw you down in Florida covering the storm there, and as people were preparing, you have now, before landfall, moved up into Valdosta, where they are going to be seeing, even inland there, the potential still for a Category 2 status hurricane moving through. How are they preparing?
And that's exactly why they're concerned, Chris, because of the wind speeds that they're expected to see here, and the fact that just last August, Hurricane Idalia passed by this area and left the road that we are standing along right now pretty much wiped out, with a whole bunch of trees, power lines down, and a lot of houses ended up being impacted as well. Now, they are preparing in the fact that they have gotten some sandbags. A lot of people have boarded up, or other people have evacuated as well. But we do want to talk a little bit about this area. As you can tell right now, the rain continues to fall, and it has been continuous for the last several hours. Now, if you take a look this way, we are at the Baytree Corner Plaza. This is pretty much where we're going to be posted up to ride out this storm. The reason why we chose this area is because Baytree Road is heavily populated with trees. There's a lot of vegetation in this area, a lot of power lines as well, and that is the issue that residents here are worried about. A lot of people that live along Baytree Road have actually evacuated to shelters. We were at one of those shelters. There are 3 in Lowndes County that have been opened in order for people to kind of take shelter and ride out this storm and then go back to see what is left later on. I want you to take a look at some video from the inside of that shelter earlier today. It opened at 2 o'clock. People started to come in there. They were offered some snacks. They were offered anything to make them feel comfortable and kind of ease their anxieties as well, just because they really don't know what to expect when it comes to Hurricane Helene and the impacts that we're going to be seeing here. The Red Cross is running this shelter. Take a listen to what the director had to say about how they've been preparing.
They come in to stay here for the evening. We have snacks ready for them. This church, Park Avenue, has been so gracious. I see they already have a television set up for children. They're watching movies. They're having a nice, comfortable place to stay for the evening.
Now, you guys saw the video of the shelter from a few hours ago. When we left that shelter, it was drastically different. That shelter was packed. A lot of different families that are there that came from all over the county, really, to get to a safer place to ride out the storm. Those kids, as you heard the director say there, being able to watch some movies. They also have food as well. They're going to be fed overnight. So overall, their anxieties about riding out the storm are feeling a lot better. But again, they don't know what they're going to wake up to tomorrow morning. They are interested interested to see what they're going to go home to. And we, of course, are going to be bringing you those updates. We'll be riding out the storm here in Valdosta. We're live tonight in Valdosta. Melissa, I'm going to send it back to you.
Thank you, Angelina. As we see Helene moving into Georgia near Valdosta, right along the state line, it is going to be a different storm than what it will be as it makes it up here into North Georgia. And what this graphic shows you is the wind field of the storm. This is an incredibly large storm. And you notice in this yellow color, those are the tropical storm force winds, which extend outward from the center several hundred miles across. So it covers more than the entire Florida peninsula. And you'll see as this storm makes it into Georgia, the wind field will cover from east to west the entire state of Georgia as well. Let's push that wind field timeline out. As we get into midnight tonight, Helene's moving inland, and at that point, the core of the winds are over Valdosta. But meanwhile, up in North Georgia, we're just starting to see those tropical storm force gusts arriving. So as Chris and I have been showing you all evening, the timeline for us to see those strongest winds don't move in until after midnight tonight, really after 2, 3 in the morning. It's going to be those peak of the wind gusts. You notice in the orange color, these are the higher end tropical storm force winds. And in this red color, those are the hurricane force winds. Let's push the timeline further out. We're going to pause at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, Helene's going to be weakening from a hurricane to a strong tropical storm. So you'll see this red color going away here as we push it forward in the track. But it's the south side of Atlanta, the areas in that hurricane warning and the areas right on the right side of where Helene ends up going, that's going to be where we see the strongest winds with the system. That's what we call the dirty side of the storm. More in the way of wind, more in the way of rain and the inland tornado threat. The yellow box, though, the yellow polygon, still those tropical storm force gusts are covering up almost the entire east-west span of Georgia through South Carolina. So big picture, a lot of winds coming in, a lot of wind damage potential, and that's why we expect power outages to be significant here across the state. This power outage risk map shows you in this burnt red color, kind of like colors of fall foliage, this is where the most widespread power outages are going to be. They will extend into parts of metro Atlanta. We will have areas in the 11 Alive viewing area that have widespread power outages that do go on probably for days. So we think the worst of the wind damage is going to be kind of the south and the southeastern side of the metro, all the way over to Athens, down to Macon, Upson County, Spalding, and also Griffin area. And then we will still see significant power outages in areas north of that. We just don't feel that it'll be quite as widespread as it is to the south. Everybody's going to be impacted. Everybody will be impacted. So recapping, rainfall, additional 3 to 6 inches is likely. Wind gusts will be increasing. And as Chris mentioned earlier, because Helene has gotten stronger, the winds as it makes it into our area are also going to be stronger than we previously thought they would be. That's because it's a stronger hurricane as our starting point. So it's going to take it a little further north before those winds come down more. So wind gusts now, we think for the metro, 50 to 70 miles per hour. In areas in the hurricane warning, those wind gusts could pass over 80 miles per hour. The highest winds for us will be between about 3 o'clock in the morning and 9 or 10 in the morning, depending on where you are across the state. Tornado risk, we'll also watch that overnight. That's going to be especially east of our area. I think it's a bigger threat for Augusta, Macon, Savannah area, Statesboro, but that's also something we'll be watching as the center of Helene moves through. Now I want to talk about these winds a little bit more in detail. We have these strong winds coming in. They're going to last for several hours. But what is going to make us so susceptible to power outages overnight is because we have a lot of rain in advance of those strong winds. When we don't have rain and we just have a really dry ground like we had 5 days ago, right? We introduce a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust. Well, those trees, they're going to sway in those strong winds, but they're not going to fall as easily. The dry ground keeps the root systems in place. But when we introduce a lot of rain on top of it, that ground is not rock solid, right? It's muddy, it's smushy. And the roots for the trees, right? Those can give way a lot easier when you bring in a strong wind gust. So we bring in the wind gust and the trees are not just snapping in half, they're coming up by the root system. So the wet ground loosens the roots and makes them more susceptible to those strong wind gusts coming in. Let's go hour by hour with these wind gusts. As we go through the next couple of hours this evening, it's going to be breezy. but the strongest winds are yet to come. So if you are still having to run a couple of errands, you got to buy a couple last-minute groceries at the grocery store, something like that, there's a lot of rain you're going to encounter on the roads, and it's going to be breezy. But those winds between now and midnight should mostly stay below 30-mile-per-hour gusts. Look how they increase, though. Pretty significantly increase as we get past midnight. As we push towards 3:30 in the morning, starting to see some of those gusts above 40. We'll go out to 6:30 in the morning. We start to see gusts area-wide, 40, 50, even some 60. You see at Thomaston there, it's showing 67. And through early tomorrow morning, we'll see the height of those wind gusts, and then they will start to calm down as we work our way into the afternoon. Still breezy tomorrow afternoon, just not quite as windy as where they were first thing in the morning. So 3 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock, that's when we're expecting the winds to be at their worst. And then from there, we will see the winds just being breezy tomorrow afternoon. All right, a lot of rain that we've been talking about, a lot more rain to come. It's been this steady kind of, I keep calling it conveyor belt because it really is. You go to the grocery store, you put your items on the belt and it goes down the line. Well, this is rain and we've put it on the conveyor belt, and it's all going across the same path, south to north. So rain keeps pushing into North Georgia. There are pockets where the rain is heavier than others, but everybody's getting the rain. In particular, right now, there's a flash flood warning where we're also seeing heavy rain coming down right along Georgia 400, Roswell, Alpharetta, down to Doraville and down into Norcross area as well. We're seeing some locally heavy rain also on the southeastern side of town. This is really the same areas that we've been watching over the last hour get the heavy rainfall. McDonough, heavy rain there. Downtown connector, we've got, it's steady rain. The heaviest, though, is east of the downtown connector, up Buford Highway, up 85, and down into DeKalb County as well. Forecast track. And Jesse, just talk to me. Let me know where we need to go from here, if you want me to go back to Chris or keep it here. Chris, all right. Chris, let's let you do forecast track. I've been talking for a while.
All right, here we go. This is what Melissa's telling you about with those bands of heavy rain that are moving through our area, where we have that rain that is sitting on top of us right now, and we are not finished yet. We're going to see more of those bands of rain pushing our way tonight, feeding in here. And then look at this, how the entire map is just covered up in orange and red and yellow. That's moderate and heavy rain that's going to be moving through here. And this is the center of the storm here at the bottom of your screen. So this is at 3 o'clock in the morning. It is going to be very heavy rain. It is going to be very windy out there. And then here comes the center of the circulation. This is tomorrow at 6:30 with the center of what is still a tropical storm pretty much over Athens. But really on the right-hand side and the left-hand side, we still have those impacts with heavy rain and wind. The strongest impacts, though, will be on that right-hand side with that heavier rain and that potential for some tornadoes there and severe weather. And then since it's a fast mover, look at this. This is at lunchtime on Friday. We no longer have rain here in Atlanta. We see the clouds still with us, but the winds are still going to be kicking up a little bit. Not as strong as the morning, but still rather breezy during the day with an improving forecast, maybe even a little bit of sunshine here late in the afternoon hours on your Friday. Stay with us. We have much more to come as we're going to walk you through step by step as Hurricane Helene is close to making landfall, and then the next target will be Georgia overnight.
Is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife,
the people. It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive weather impact alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your
We are continuing to stay on top of all of the preparations and the coming impacts from Hurricane Helene.
All right, so let's get back to our meteorologist, our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, and Melissa Nord with where things are right now.
And we're watching Helene nearing landfall, getting closer to that Big Bend region where we think that center of the storm will be making landfall within the next couple of hours here, most likely 9, maybe as late as 10 o'clock tonight. It is a Category 4 hurricane. Now, we're also focusing on what's happening here locally where we have been dealing with these bands of rain moving through. Melissa's been telling you about these flood warnings right over the city of Atlanta, also here on the south side with the rain that we've already had, but we've got more rain coming in. We talked earlier with Doug Richards about how the governor and GEMA are preparing for the entire statewide organization here of how to react to this storm. But we also know there are a lot of individual counties who are also working hard to make sure that those counties can weather this storm as well. Ross Cavett joins us right now from Cobb County. Ross, thank you so much for being here with us on the phone. Tell us about Cobb County and what your concerns are there and what the county's doing to make sure people can do their best to be safe.
Well, Chris, good evening. We're getting the team together here in the next few hours. The Emergency Operations Center will be opening. The Cobb DOT crews, the first 12-hour shifts will be coming online here very shortly. Cobb Police and Fire have a joint incident command that's forming, and their water rescue teams are going to be put on standby for what's coming. And as you guys have been talking about, we've been getting a lot of rain in the last few hours, and we're really concerned about some of our usual spots where flooding starts imperiling homes and apartments down by Sweetwater Creek and Austell, the Vinings area in the Chattahoochee, and some of the other parts of Cobb County. We've been putting out warnings for those folks to watch the river gauges carefully, be aware of your surroundings, and relocate if you think it's going to be a dangerous night.
And Ross, I know that a lot of people in Cobb County who live in those flood-prone areas already kind of know, like, okay, if we're getting this much rain, I know I'm in one of those areas where we typically have problems. Are you seeing them already kind of starting to react now?
Yeah, we've had a lot of conversations with people in that neighborhood, just trying to have them help us spread the word, and many people have relocated. A lot of us who've been around for a while think back to 2009 and what happened during that catastrophic flooding event. And fortunately, the county was able to buy up a lot of properties that were affected. In fact, whole neighborhoods that once existed no longer do, because we used, with some federal help, we bought those properties. But there's still areas down there, and the folks know they live in these areas that are flood prone. And maybe tonight's a good night to spend the evening with friends or relatives somewhere other than your neighborhood. We really don't want to do any water rescues, but so much rain has been falling. The drainage infrastructure just can't deal with this kind of deluge that we're expecting. So flooding is going to occur. We just want people to stay safe when it happens.
Right, Ross, thank you so much for that information. I'm sure the residents in Cobb County might feel a little more relieved to at least know you guys are being proactive and hopefully taking those steps, and everybody will be taking this system seriously. Thanks, Ross, for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, let's go over to Melissa Nord right now as she's also tracking this rain moving through that is very heavy at times and how this track of Helene will impact us tonight.
Right, and Chris, what we get from the National Hurricane Center now is hourly updates on Helene leading up to landfall. It gives us a new position update, and as hurricane hunters continue to fly into it, it lets us know, they let us know if it's strengthened even more. The 8 o'clock advisory just came in. They're leaving the winds at 130 miles per hour. The cone is not any different from what you saw the last hour, but what you really need to take away is we're getting closer to landfall. That means closer to the impacts here. So big picture, the flood risk overnight worsens for us. We're talking about 3 to 6 inches of rain. We've already picked up a lot of rain. and then the winds will increase. The worst winds for us are going to be between about 3 o'clock in the morning and 9 o'clock in the morning. If you're in the tropical storm warning, 50 to 70 mile per hour gusts are possible. If you're in the hurricane warning, we think the gusts could be around 80 miles per hour. Tornado risk, we'll also watch that. That's mainly east of Atlanta, especially where we have these tornado watches still in effect. Big picture though, Ross was talking about the storm drains and the water system getting really, there's so much water, it can't handle that much more. We're not going to see the rain letting up anytime soon. In fact, the rain will get a little bit more intense in the overnight. By that I mean less green on the map, more yellow on the map, eventually more orange and potentially some red as well as the center of Helene makes its way in. Right now on the eastern side of the metro, we have these trailing cells of heavier rain that have been pushing from south to north over the same areas over and over again. So out in Cobb County, the rain is much lighter than what it is as you travel along Georgia 400 from Cumming down to Alpharetta to Roswell to Doraville, Sandy Springs. We're seeing the rain there is a little bit more significant. I'm worried on the east side of town more so than the west side of town right now with flooding developing. In particular, you see this little red right here through western Henry County, kind of near Hampton, the Speedway, all the way up into kind of the northern tip of the county. Very heavy rain there. That'll keep pushing northward straight up into DeKalb County. So heavy rainfall can lead to more flooding here as we go through the next couple of hours. I just want to show you a snapshot. Okay, we mentioned 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. being the worst. That's when the center of Helene moves in. You see here, it's a snapshot of 4:30. The center's pulling up through North Georgia. Everybody's getting heavy rain. Everybody's getting gusty winds. We're going to be with you through the whole thing. So Chris here on 11 Alive, 11alive.com. We're going to be with you throughout this breaking weather scenario. This could be, I think, our most significant storm here since at least Zeta in 2020, maybe Irma in 2017.
This is definitely going to be one of those storms that we remember. Stay with us. We're keeping a track on this storm as it gets closer to landfall. We're going to have much more coming up here, Jonathan.
All right, Chris, we will see you shortly. Thank you so much. Well, tonight, Georgia Power has activated its Storm Center to monitor Hurricane Helene and its impact on their customers. The center provides the space for executives to gather all in one room to evaluate the conditions and then decide what they need to do from there. That includes coordinating logistics for the roughly 10,000 crew members.
These kinds of problems, real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
You can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife, the people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks.
The nightlife. The people.
It's home.
Trees down, power outages for days.
Ahead of Helene.
We're basically planning to make sure that we have
Survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer.
John Strength, the Deputy Emergency Management Director for White County, says his top concerns are wind and the impacts of it and the potential for flooding.
We feel like that there probably will be widespread power outage. We know that this is going to be a storm that's going to be unprecedented because it's going to affect literally every county in the state of Georgia.
So, the big question for folks here is, when is it going to hit White County? Well, Strength gave me his best guesstimate, so to speak. He said probably a couple hours before dawn, maybe that 4, 5, 6 a.m. hours, and he said he believes that the impacts will continue until Friday afternoon. Guys.
All right, Molly, thank you so much. We will be continuing to cover Hurricane Helene for you all through the evening. Our meteorologists are standing by tracking the path for you right now. Don't forget, you should go ahead and download the 11 Alive News app right now. You can get alerts for where you are in our 11 Alive Plus streaming app, so you can watch our continuing coverage as well.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and be right back here with you.
Understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks.
The nightlife. The people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped.
Welcome back. We continue our coverage right now of this weather impact alert as we are going to be on the air with you as Helene makes landfall, and that's going to be coming pretty soon. Hurricane Helene is upgraded to a Category 4 hurricane. We're watching this get stronger right before landfall. There's that center of the circulation. Here is the northern coastline there at the Big Bend region, and we think that landfall will be right here in this region. But again, it's still impacting a big part of the Florida Peninsula. It's not just that center of circulation. This is a very large storm, really impacting folks on the right-hand side, left-hand side, the north side as well. In fact, you can see all of that rain feeding in to areas of the Panhandle into South Georgia. And then there you see it also enhancing more of this rain coming in from the south, pushing into our area. We had the rain yesterday from the cold front that was moving in. That lingered into today. Now we're seeing the flow from Francine enhancing and mixing in with that front that stalled out, and that's just sending more of that rain our way, and at times it is heavy. We're also watching the severe weather component of this system, which is mainly on the right-hand side of the center. You see the tornado watch in effect for the Florida Peninsula, another one here in North Florida and South Georgia, another one over into East Georgia and South Carolina. There's a tornado warning there in South Carolina. So the center of the circulation is still in the Gulf of Mexico, but it's making tornadoes happen here all the way up into South Carolina. And that's what happens when you have a landfalling tropical system. We see these bands. It's almost like a pinwheel where you see these bands just kind of pinwheeling around that center of circulation. These bands occurring over in the Atlantic, that's what's moving up into South Carolina that's causing that tornado warning there. So that's why we have to watch these systems very closely as they come inland, and also that rotation that could develop out of them as they move on in. Here's the Cat 4. Now we've been getting updates, as Melissa said. Now that this is nearing landfall, we normally get updates at 8 in the morning, 11, 2 in the afternoon, 5, and then 8 in the evening and 11 at night. Now the Hurricane Center is giving us position estimates every hour, and it's still a Category 4 hurricane. We have not seen this wind go up since 6:20. It was in the 5 o'clock advisory 125 mile an hour winds. That is the high end of a Category 3. Now it's up to 130, which classifies it as a Category 4, but that's on the low end of a Cat 4. So people have been asking me, could this be a Cat 5 at landfall? You know, nothing is impossible with this, but we're beginning to run out of time for this to gain enough strength to become a Category 5 here before the landfall, which will be right about here. Watch how that goes up into South Georgia as a Category 2. Melissa and I were talking about this right here. Look at that speed. It is moving north-northeast at 25 miles an hour. That is a pretty fast-moving tropical system. The good news with that is it's going to get in and out pretty quickly. The bad news with that is if it is making landfall as a Category 4, it is going to take a while. It's going to travel a long distance before it sees the weakening process happening. So we think it'll be a Category 2 hurricane still into South Georgia, continuing to weaken somewhat, but it will hold on to tropical storm strength as it moves through Atlanta. That's why we have this tropical storm warning in effect for us, and then falling apart in parts of Tennessee and also into areas of Kentucky as well. So this is what we're watching with those alerts. And since this is stronger, now the hurricane warnings are starting to inch a little bit more farther to the north. We have the warning in effect along the coastal region for North Florida, South Georgia, Middle Georgia, and now just south of Atlanta. A few counties are now included in the hurricane warning, like in areas of Jasper County, Butts County, Spalding County, Pike and Lamar County, Upson County, that line down to the south toward Macon and Columbus southward. That's where we have a hurricane warning, meaning these areas in red will be feeling those winds at hurricane force overnight tonight, and early in the morning is when that main impact is going to be. Look at the blue color in North Georgia, West Georgia, East Georgia. That's where we have a tropical storm warning that is in effect. As far as the severe weather, the track of that system moving in, this kind of lines up with that track, what was going up like this on that right-hand side. That's where we see that higher severe weather threat. There is a level 1 risk, pretty much roughly along the I-85 corridor there and eastward. The level 2 risk is over into parts of near Augusta and southward up into South Carolina, and then closer to the coast there is that level 3 risk for those severe storms moving through. And then tomorrow that risk extends over into the Carolinas. We're going to see improving weather tomorrow. After we get through the morning hours tomorrow, things are going to be looking better for us. Once we get toward the lunchtime hour, we will notice that it's going to start calming down a little bit. The rain ends, the wind is going to calm down a little bit, but it's not going to totally disappear. So that's why we still have the weather impact alert in effect for the rest of the night, and then still all day tomorrow. Even though the rain is ending at lunchtime, we're not going to let go of the weather impact alert because the winds are still going to be kicking up, and that could still be impactful because people are going to want to get out and clean up, whether you have leaves and sticks in your yard, whether or not you have trees down in your yard, or any damage, or if you're picking up things that got blown around with these really strong winds that are going to be there tonight. That's why we're going to hold on to that weather impact alert, because it'll still be an impactful day with all those winds out there. The main impacts we're talking about: rain, which was not just rain, but we're talking flooding rain. Wind, not just wind, we're talking about damaging wind, tropical storm force winds coming in, and also that risk for storms over on the east side. So you most likely still have power now. Tomorrow morning, many of you may not have power. So right now, if you're looking at your phone and it's at 25, 50%, 75%, plug it in. Get it fully charged, because you may not be able to charge it up again tomorrow. All your devices, make sure they are charged up as well. Also, make sure you have batteries for your flashlight and anything you need to powered up by a battery to make sure that you can use it tomorrow. Melissa's coming up in just a second here, but I want to also, before I pitch to her, let you know, make sure your other devices are powered up. If you lose power, you will still be able to get our updates on our app, 11 Alive app. Now, I know you may have to have Wi-Fi to get that, but there'll still be a way, excuse me, hopefully, that you can still get our updates even if you lose power. Melissa, I know you've been busy over there looking at the latest coming in. What do you got?
Yeah, and the latest that we're getting is that a lot of our creeks and streams and rivers, the water levels are going up. So this map shows you the flood risk through the overnight tonight, and we have a high flooding risk here in all of North Georgia, essentially, because we've already got a lot of water that's come down thus far, and we're adding on top of that another 3 to 6 inches. And I've gone through and I've looked at a couple of the different creeks and streams. We've got a handful of them that are expected to go into moderate flood stage here over the next 6 to 12 hours. Big Creek in Alpharetta, which is not so big, it always floods. That's expected to get in flood stage and actually come within 2 feet of the record for that river level gauge. Middle Oconee River, Cedar Creek, the Chattahoochee River down in Heard County is expected to go into flood stage. The Hiawassee River up in the North Georgia mountains, and also in Lithonia. We've been talking about the heavy rain on the eastern side of the metro the last couple of hours. I've noticed that the Yellow River in Lithonia is on its way up into minor flood stage right now, and it's spiking a lot quicker than what the forecast for that particular river was. So watching flooding that will likely be unfolding here this evening. You can see big picture, rain covers the entire map, north, south, east, west, across North Georgia, but there are in particular some areas that we're seeing the heavier rain coming down. This is not the heaviest it's going to be for the whole overnight. Okay, it's just moderate at this point, but it's been moving across some of the same areas over and over again, and that's when we start to see the flooding concerns growing. So you see this kind of yellow, this is something new that I wanted to get in. This is Rabun County up in northeast Georgia. This is a new flash flood warning that was just issued about 10 minutes ago. That goes until 1 a.m. tonight. Closer into the metro, though, it's been this kind of yellow to orange band of rain, where the rain's been going from south to north over the same areas over and over again. And included in that is Lithonia in DeKalb County, where we were saying that the Yellow Creek was starting to go up into minor flood stage. So you can see all the way from really just west of Cumming, east of Canton and Holly Springs in Cherokee County, down through Roswell, Sandy Springs, and then all through DeKalb County. Incredibly heavy rain coming down right now. indicator. And then on the south side of town, as you're traveling down 75 and 675, that rain really picking up as you get outside the perimeter in through Clayton County into McDonough and Henry County. More areas of very heavy rain within this flash flood warning. You see this green box on the map. This is our flash flood warning. And they just keep getting more and more rounds of the heavy rainfall. So the flooding threat increases overnight tonight. Models are not backing off on the rainfall potential. In fact, they're holding their ground with how much rain we're going to end up seeing. Now, Chris, as we add on top of this rain, gusty winds, that then increases the threat of trees coming down pretty significantly.
And we really think, Melissa, we're going to have widespread trees down. We're talking hundreds to thousands of trees potentially coming down with these strong winds moving in. And of course, when you have trees coming down, that leads to those power outages. It is just a perfect recipe for that to happen out there. So here's the timeline of what we think is going to happen for the rest of the evening tonight. The rain will continue and it will be heavy at times, and it's only going to get heavier during the overnight hours. The breezes are going to start kicking up. We had a live shot with Doug Richards a little bit earlier, and he said in his live shot, Chris, we're noticing those winds starting to kick up a little bit more. And that's going to be the process for the rest of the evening hours and overnight for the winds to kick up more. Then watch for standing water and flooding, because we have already seen some pretty impressive rainfall amounts moving through. Then for the overnight hours, we're going to see the rain getting heavier. The risk for flooding will be higher overnight. In the tropical storm warning area, winds 50 to 70 miles an hour. In the hurricane warning area on the south side, those counties in red that I pointed out earlier, that's where we could see winds of 80 miles an hour, and we're watching that low tornado risk to the southeast. That's for overnight. Then Friday morning. So really the time frame is overnight into early on Friday. Let's say the worst of this we think would be between 2 and 8 o'clock in the morning. That's not the only time we have impacts, but we think that's where we're going to have the highest impact of these storms for the overnight hours and in the morning. Early on Friday, we have the heavy rain early in the morning. Then again, still those strong winds in the tropical storm warning area, 50 to 70 mile per hour winds, and the hurricane warning on the south side, 80 mile an hour winds in the morning. And then in the afternoon, the rain will finally be ending, but it's going to stay breezy throughout much of the day. Not 50 to 70 mile an hour winds, but we're talking 20, 25, 30, 35 mile an hour winds during the day here on Friday. So there is light at the end of the tunnel, but we've got a long way to go overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning while we're feeling these strong impacts. Jennifer and Jonathan?
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Tonight we continue to hear from officials across Metro Atlanta about what they are doing to help keep you and your family safe during and after the storm.
Tonight we are joined by Sharon Webb from Rockdale County EMA. Sharon, thank you so much for taking some time. We know that you all are taking this seriously like we all are. What is the message to the community tonight?
Pretty much stay prepared and stay off the roads. We've had a significant amount of rain and water is standing on the roads. As of now, we do not have any road closures, but the water is standing. And as these rain bands continue to come in with the winds, it's going to start causing power lines down and trees down, which is going to create havoc across the county. So main encouragement is keep everybody indoors, safe, listen to their weather radios, and being alert.
What can you tell us about how you guys are preparing to respond after we see the worst of this and as people are starting to need help and assistance?
As of right now, we will open our emergency operations center at midnight tonight. And we have on standby, of course, our fire rescue personnel that brought in extra crews to address trees down and power lines down. We have, of course, local law enforcement who are on standby, as well as our RDOT responders and stormwater who will also assist with trees down and moving debris from the roadways to make sure our roadways are kept open.
Sharon, I understand you're also encouraging residents there to shelter in place, but if people don't feel like they have a safe place to be tonight, I understand there's also an emergency shelter that's being opened.
We do not have one in Rockdale County. However, Newton County, the surrounding county beside us, has two operations that are open for sheltering.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your efforts in helping your community to be prepared and to respond in the hours following what we imagine will be a very serious weather event.
Again, our two meteorologists, thank you so much, Sharon. We appreciate you. And again, our meteorologists are here. We are here with you all night as we continue to track Helene, as we continue to get closer to it making landfall.
We'll be right back after this. Is your resource for the to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks,
The nightlife, the people.
it's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable.
I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems.
Hurricane Helene getting closer and closer to that landfall on the Florida coast. If you've been with us the past few days, the 8 o'clock time frame was when we were thinking that we would have a landfall there in the Big Bend region. Then when the new tracks came out today, it's backing it up just a little bit. We think it'll be maybe between 9 and 10 o'clock when we have an official landfall of the center of this circulation. But you see how it is getting a little bit closer there, and it's jogging just a little bit over toward the east somewhat. You can see as we get in a little bit tighter here, as the system continues to move in, there's that northern eye wall. You can see that really central dense overcast there on the north side of that eye wall. Here is the coast that we're watching right here, and right now it is, we'll get in just a little bit tighter here, and you'll see that it is about 70 miles away from the center, or from the coastline, where we think that center of circulation is going to be moving over and making that official landfall. But again, that's focusing right on the eye of the storm, but it is a very large storm impacting more areas than just the landfall target that we're talking about there in the Big Bend region. This brings back a lot of rain into Panama City with very heavy rain there. And then the strongest storms have been over along the peninsula of Florida, especially there on the west coast, but spreading some of that rain over along to the east coast and even out into the Atlantic. We've been seeing some bands that have been moving through there too. Here's the track. We know that you like seeing this track, and that's why I'm showing it to you over and over again. Category 4 hurricane. We're getting updates on this every hour. Look at that speed, 23 miles an hour, moving to the northeast there. It's going to keep moving up toward the north, and since it's moving so quickly, when it's over land, we see tropical systems. What happens is they are fueled by the warm water, and so when these storms get over land, you're taking away that fuel source, so they start to weaken. But because this one is traveling so fast, as it continues moving up toward the north, we think it'll maintain that Category 2 status in South Georgia, and then Category 1 as far north as, let's say, Pike and Lamar County and Butts County, and then a tropical storm over Atlanta, and then it dies out up into parts of Tennessee and also into the Kentucky area. We've already had rain. We have more rain that's going to be coming into our area. Caitlin Ross joins us right now. She's been monitoring social media as well as the flooding that has been out there. What are you finding out out tonight, Caitlin?
Chris, we're seeing more and more posts about just how serious this is getting. I want to get right to this first piece of video because this demonstrates exactly what you were talking about when you're saying we need to stay off the roads, we need to stay safe. This is from a bridge in Tampa where you can see the water come up over that bridge as cars are trying to drive across it. Just watching it is incredibly scary. I can't imagine how it must have felt on that bridge trying to get across. And we are starting to see flooding. Just before the sun went down, people were sharing images of flooding on their social media, what they were seeing in their neighborhoods, and you can tell that water is starting to creep up very, very quickly. That's why, again, we're saying this can happen fast and you need to stay ready and stay safe. Part of staying safe is thanking the first
Best highlights, viral, star-studded recruits, because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin.
Stunning. Thousands of linemen lined up, staging for the storm, prepared to respond to these emergencies to keep all of us safe. We know so many of you out there have loved ones who are working out in this weather, working to keep all of us safe. We're sending all of our hope for really not as impactful of a storm as this is looking like right now, because we know it must be very scary to be out there on the roads. If you are at home, please stay safe, stay inside. We'll be right back.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can.
Are joining you live. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb, along with meteorologist Melissa Nord. If you are looking for the People's Country Music Awards, we have moved those over to our sister station on WATL Channel 36. If you want to see those awards, they are there. We are on with you now because we are walking you through this very impactful event where we have a weather impact alert in effect for the rest of the night tonight and into tomorrow.
And often with landfalling hurricanes, you know, they weaken a lot before they make it to us. But Chris, Helene is a different beast. It is moving so quickly that this thing is still going to be a Cat 2 hurricane in southern Georgia and still could bring high-end tropical storm, if not low-end hurricane gusts to parts of North Georgia as we go through the overnight tonight.
And here it is, Category 4 hurricane right now. This was upgraded a little bit earlier. We have max winds 130 miles an hour, moving to the north-northeast at 23. We still think we're going to have a landfall coming up pretty soon here in this Big Bend region of Florida. But Melissa, this is a storm that impacts more than just where we are going to have a landfall. This is very interesting. Melissa, I'll let you explain this for this wind speed history of this storm.
So this is like a graph, and it shows us Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, today. What were the winds doing? And that's what this line represents. You noticed yesterday it was just a tropical storm, then it became a hurricane yesterday morning, but it was really flat all day yesterday. And it wasn't until today that this thing took off. It went through, we call rapid intensification, when the winds increase at least 35 miles per hour in a single 24-hour period. Helene has gone from category 1 to category 4 just today. Impressive, and it's still got a little bit more territory before that final landfall.
And that does meet that qualification for rapid intensification. And now the question is, could it reach up here to a Cat 5? We think we're running out of time for that to happen before it makes landfall, but with the warm water that we're dealing with and just with the crazy cycles that we have seen with some of these tropical systems, even though we don't think it would be a Cat 5, it's not totally out of the question. Anything could happen.
Additional strengthening is possible regardless. You get into Cat 4 versus Cat 5, the impacts along the coast don't really change. Unsurvivable storm surge, and inland, significant wind damage that's going to stretch all the way here into North Georgia. So I'll talk about that in the coming up.
And right now, winds are at 130 miles an hour. It would have to get up to 156 or higher for it to become a Cat 5. And we just think that it's starting to run out of time to do that. Here's the latest on the storm right now. You can see that center of circulation as it's moving northward, getting closer to that Big Bend region. We have on the right-hand side these bands coming into Florida. That's why we have tornado watches in effect there. Also into South Georgia, Southeast Georgia, and over into South Carolina. We have already seen numerous tornado warnings in some of those bands that have been causing rotation as it moves in over land. But even though the right-hand side has most of the impacts, still the left-hand side has some impacts there. We've got some heavy rain bands going back toward Panama City. Destin looking okay. 30A is looking all right as well, over from Panama City to 30A to Destin, over toward Perdido Key. The western half of the Panhandle's all right. They just have some wind and some rain and some clouds there. But really, most of this is going to stay over to the west of those areas. The line is going to come into our area. We are already have been dealing with rain thanks to a cold front that came in that stalled out over us. That's what gave us the rain yesterday and most of the day today. Now we have from Hurricane Helene, the motion around that is enhancing the flow of Gulf moisture moving in, and that's why we're seeing more of this rain out there right now, and at times it is heavy. Look at this, stretching from areas of Cherokee County up toward Pickens County into North Fulton, Central Fulton, down to the south, this really heavy rain. You'll also notice here within that these green polygons right here, that's where we have flash flood warnings that are in effect in those green polygons. And where you see those, that's where we have additional heavy rain coming in. So we're already seeing some areas, flood-prone areas, creeks and streams are rising in that flash flood. But look at this, another band is coming in right now on those same areas that have already had a lot of rain as that continues to move up toward the north and also to the east. There's the storm. You can see the flow around that here as it is getting closer to that landfall. I want to take you down to Spalding County right now. That is an area that is now included in a hurricane warning. Joe Ripley has been in that area for a while. He joins us now from one of our news vehicles to let us know what he's seeing. Joe, how's it looking there?
Hey there, good evening, Chris. We are driving right now on South Hill Street in Spalding County in the Griffin area. If you're familiar with this, there aren't a ton of lights out here. Let me turn the camera around so you can see what we are seeing here in the vehicle. We have seen a steady rainfall ever since we left Atlanta around 4 or 5 o'clock this evening, and the rain has been picking up in certain spurts, but right now it's pretty steady. A lot of the roads are seeing a steady stream of rain, and it's causing some of these flash flooding conditions, really dangerous conditions here on the roads. Thankfully, as far as accidents or whatnot, we have not seen a lot of those lately, but we did see a crew fixing a transformer not too long ago. They were working to restore power to one community who had lost it. Thankfully, those lights were turned back on within minutes. Crews are going to be scrambling all night long, especially as Helene makes its way onto the Florida coast and up through our state, of course, of Georgia. So a lot of breaths held here in Spalding County. Not too long ago, I just spoke with Steve Ledbetter, who's the county manager here in Spalding, and he's really placing an emphasis on people in their homes, being hunkered down, seeking shelter because they don't want to put their own crews at risk. This is a coordinated effort here between the Sheriff's Office, the Fire Department, Public Works, EMA, just to name a few. Of course, this is a county, Spalding County, that has experienced the worst when it comes to severe weather. You'll remember in January of 2023, tornadoes tore through Spalding County, this very tight-knit community, and really brought them all together. Well, the emergency operations folks have learned from this. They have rolled out a plan. They've invested millions of dollars in new technology, so they're now able to get real-time information at a faster rate of speed. This is helping to coordinate crews to areas where roads may be flooded so they can go ahead and shut those roads down. They can coordinate crews' response to trees down, power lines down. That's going to be crucial, especially as we get into those early morning hours as Helene makes its way up into our area here in Spalding County. But again, a very steady rain here. We are checking in right now to see a potential flooded area, the Central Lake Circle area. So we will keep you posted. For now, we'll send things back to you and monitor things where we are in Spalding County.
All right, Joe, before you go there, you're with a photographer. I just want to make sure people know you are not driving that vehicle. You're there with the video journalist. Y'all are teamed up together.
No.
Please be careful. This is just the beginning. It is only going to get worse through the rest of the nighttime hours. So we'll be checking back with you a little bit later. Thanks, Joe. All right, here is that track that we're talking about. Every time we come to this symbol gets just a little bit closer and closer to that landfall, moving very quickly. Winds of 130 miles an hour, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours for that landfall there on the Big Bend area, and then maintaining hurricane status well into Georgia, a Category 2 hurricane into southwest Georgia, and then a tropical storm in Atlanta, and then it dies out as it moves up toward the north. We'll keep showing you more about this system. Melissa Nord is going to be joining us here in just a moment, talking about these other threats that we're dealing with the wind and the power outages that we are expecting here in our area. And Melissa, you just got in some new information?
Yeah, new information. I mean, as the storm evolves, we get information in from the National Weather Service, from emergency managers, 911, police, fire. Everybody is communicating, and the media together, because we're all in it together to bring you life-saving information. New information in from the city of Atlanta. We have a storm drain, a culvert that's been washed out. Lake Forest Drive is closed in the city of Atlanta from Barbara Lane to Chastain Park Drive. That used to be West Wyuka Road, I think. So that is now closed. They have information they've posted on Twitter about detour routes that you can take there. Also just in, the Richard Russell Scenic Highway. That's up in North Georgia between the Alt 75 route that's in White County to Union County, Highway 80, that is also shut down because of flooding. So starting to see more flood reports coming in. And this is a really big storm. One of the things I want to point out is the size of this storm is really large. The hurricane force winds extend 60 miles outside the center of it, but the tropical storm force winds extend 310 miles across outside the center. So it's a really big storm, Helene. As it makes its way inland, that huge wind field is going to push through North Georgia, and everybody's going to see high winds. Now, there will be one path, one core area where the winds are strongest, but everybody will see the potential for trees, power lines to come down, power outages, and flooding. And that rain just keeps getting pushed further and further through North Georgia. We're seeing some areas where the rain is heavier than others. Remarkably, though, looking at the airport, as of now, we don't have any weather-related delays. Now, with that being said, winds will pick up after midnight, so I would expect tomorrow morning we likely have a ground stop going on. Power outages will be most widespread in Atlanta and points east and south. This is where we think those wind gusts will be highest. In this red color, we're expecting widespread power outages. Some of the wind gusts, if you're in that hurricane warning, could be around 80 miles per hour. Outside the hurricane warning, wind gusts 50 to 70 miles per hour. Could even see some higher than that. Depends on where the core of Helene ends up going. So prepare for power outages overnight tonight. Let me show you hour by hour when these pick up. Now, if you're trying to debate, do I sleep upstairs in my house tonight? Do I go downstairs? If you have low-hanging trees or trees that have branches that are overhanging the house, if it makes you feel better, and it would make us feel better if you sleep downstairs or in a room that doesn't have the trees over the roof, that's a good thing to do. Not everybody has a basement at their house, but those are things you want to think about now before you go to bed tonight. So between now and midnight, it's turning breezy, but it's really not windy outside yet. We get into 2:30, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's when we see those peak gusts moving through. And Chris, these will last all the way through about 10 o'clock in the morning. It stays breezy tomorrow afternoon, really 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. The worst of those winds work over North Georgia.
And then after that, we think we'll start to see some improvements. That's the good part about the fast movement of this storm. This storm is not going to come in and stall out and cause rain for days and days and wind for days and days. It's going to get in and out. So here's the timeline. Look at this. We're still seeing more rain from the south. This rain that we have over us right now is coming from the south. And you see what's there now. Heavy, light, moderate, more moderate and heavy rain there with the yellows and oranges. And then look how this radar just lights up into the early morning hours tomorrow. Really heavy rain all around. Notice at the bottom of the screen, this is the center of circulation early tomorrow morning. And then by 6:30 in the morning, it's near Athens. We're still getting that moisture here and those strong winds, but we do see things improving once we get to the lunchtime hour on Friday. The rain starts to move out, but we're still going to be dealing with some winds. They won't be as strong as they were earlier, but still some of the breezes that are going to be out there during the day here in the afternoon and into the evening hours on Friday as well. Stay with us. We're going to keep tracking that center that's getting closer and closer to that landfall in Florida, and then continue tracking it moving through Georgia. Jennifer and Jonathan.
All right, Chris, we appreciate you both so much. Thank you. Well, Georgia Power is getting ready for its response after the storm.
Officials say they have thousands on standby ready to respond. 11 Alive's Grace King joining us live. And Grace, you spoke with the company's CEO today.
I did. She says part of the problem is that it's been raining all day, even before Hurricane Helene gets here. She's worried that the ground is saturated and trees are going to fall over on top of power lines, knocking out power once those high winds come in. Now, we're at the edge of Chastain Park. Take a look at just how much water is here on the ground. You can see it just kind of rushing down the hill of North Forest Drive, where the road is currently closed. It's concerns like this that Kim Green says could lead to more down trees when those winds come in. The ground is already a bit soggy and could lead to more power outages. That's why they activated their storm center so they can start coordinating logistics for the 10,000 crews they have across the state who are ready to restore power. That storm center, it has their head of logistics, their head of communications, their head of transportation, the head of fleet management, anyone you can think of that could help get the people where they need to be safely to restore power. She told me it could be possibly several days once that power goes out to get it back, just because of those high winds that are expected to last for quite some time. And all the rain and the damage, those downed trees, the first step will be clearing the roadways, clearing the trees. Then they have to wait for the winds to drop below 30 miles an hour to get crews in those bucket trucks and repairing power lines. Take a listen to what she told us earlier.
We do expect that there will be outages, and unfortunately it may be multiple days, but I want to make sure that everybody hears me, that our company and our resources are committed to getting the power back on quickly and safely.
Safely, of course, being the key word there. When you have this much water on the ground and the rain just expected to continue, the flooding will be a concern as those crews try to get back out. So be extra careful if you're heading out there, and be prepared. Charge your phones, charge your electronics, because it could be a couple days before they're able to get that power back on. Live near Chastain Park, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right, Grace, thank you so much. And as we continue to be with you all evening long, tracking Helene, you can watch our free extended weather coverage. It's available for you right now on 11 Alive Plus, our streaming app. That's free to download on your Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV devices. You can also stay weather aware by downloading the 11 Alive mobile app. Just scan that QR code right there on your screen. That'll get you all of those alerts, even if you do happen to lose power. We'll be right back.
No matter what happens, weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. We have this weather impact alert with this impactful weather event that's moving through right now. I want to take a couple of minutes and let you know some of these reports that we are getting of flooding in our area. We've been telling you about this flash flood warning that's in effect for the city of Atlanta, Fulton County, DeKalb County, parts of Gwinnett County, down to Fayette County, and then south of that into Henry County, Spalding, Pike, Lamar County, and Butts County. Here's a list. I'm going to tell you some of these that we're getting in. In DeKalb County, there on North Decatur, we have a report of flooding at North Decatur Road and Superior Avenue. So we're seeing this water that is collecting there. Another report that we have coming in here, this is from Druid Hills in DeKalb County. Flooding reported on Clifton Road between Gatewood Road northeast and Houston Mill Road northeast. We've got some reports of flash flooding there. Some other ones, this is in Midtown Atlanta in Fulton County. Flooding on the roadway at North Avenue and State Street Northwest, as well as this is down into Pike County. These reports just came in. Down on the south side, we have our Joe Ripley in Spalding County. He said he was checking on some flooding there. Down below him in Pike County, we have flooding on Hunter Road right now, as well as down near Molina in Pike County on Dripping Rock Road. We have some flooding reported there, as well as what we've got going on now in Zebulon, again in Pike County, flooding on Grady Maddox Road. So what we are seeing out there in these bands of rain that are moving through, we have the warnings in effect for flooding, and now we are seeing more and more of these reports coming in. We're going to keep analyzing this as well as watching that track and the progression of the center of Hurricane Helene, Category 4 storm, as it is getting closer to the coastline. We'll have more on that for you coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. And as our meteorologists continue to track Helene, we are doing a little bit of social listening. We're keeping track of what we are hearing that's going on in your community. So we want to give you some updates that we have found for you. Henry County says that flooding has caused the closure of Highway 81 at Lake Dow Academy. There are barricades in place there, and alternative routes are necessary at this time.
And we know there's just so many of our communities are dealing with this. We had rain yesterday, a lot of rain today, so we expect to probably get a lot more reports like this tonight.
Yeah, we also know tonight that Fulton County has declared an emergency for Fulton County. It's been signed, and again, this is because of Hurricane Helene. This will allow Fulton County and all the municipalities there to be able to get additional resources from the state and federal government. And then there was one other one that we wanted to let you know about, this one involving the community of Brookhaven. And what we know right there is there are multiple sinkholes that have been found. southbound out there. I'm trying to find my original post.
While you're looking for that, I also want to mention that
ahead.
Cobb County has its own state of emergency also declared there as well. So as you mentioned with Fulton County, a lot of local municipalities declaring state of emergencies in addition to what Governor Brian Kemp has already declared, to get those resources sooner, because we certainly know with what we're expecting tonight, we're going to need all hands on deck in terms of those resources coming in quickly.
We are, and I did find this alert from Brookhaven. It comes from police there. They say that Buford Highway southbound in the 3540 block, multiple sinkholes have been reported in the roadways. They're asking anyone to use caution if they have to be out on the road. And we know so many people are saying right now to stay off the roads because these impacts that we are seeing from Helene are steadily increasing.
And we are still pretty much early in this. We still have hours to go before we could see the worst of the storm. We have our reporters spread out all throughout the Atlanta area and North Georgia. We have crews also in Valdosta, and we are tracking this storm for you tonight, as well as our meteorologists who are working hard as well.
And we will continue to keep you updated. Don't forget, you can download our 11 Alive Plus streaming app for all of the latest information, and our 11 Alive mobile app. Turn on those alerts so that you can get the breaking information from our team of meteorologists as soon as you need them.
We are going to take another quick break, and we'll be right back here with you as we continue to track Helene.
Is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So
Welcome back. Tonight, as we continue to track Hurricane Helene, we are keeping an eye across Metro Atlanta. Tonight, we are hearing from Clayton County about how they are working to keep you and your family safe.
All right, so on the phone with us right now is Fong Nguyen from the Clayton County Emergency Management Agency. Fong, thanks so much for joining us tonight. Right now, I know you are asking residents there to shelter in place because, as we can hear and see, the rain is already coming down. Really concerns about flooding getting more increasing.
That is correct. We're starting to get quite a bit of rain, and we're asking people to kind of just stay home because there's no need to be on the roads. It's dark, and we're starting to get flooding in some areas in Clayton County. And so we're just asking residents to kind of just stay home for right now and just, hang out.
And we know right now you all have your Emergency Operations Center up and running. What can you tell us about the work that's being done there to help keep residents there safe?
Sure. We've had our Emergency Operations Center open since 5 o'clock this morning to go ahead and get all the kinks and everything out of the way before we have a full Operations Center. So at 7 o'clock, we met with all our leadership and we went over what the expectations are during the EOC activation. And now we're just receiving calls from the community every time. We have dispatchers in our in our EOC as well. And we have our law enforcement, and we have our fire department, and we have emergency management. And we're all working together to make sure that whatever the communication is that we have in the EOC is presented correctly, and that everybody understands what is going on throughout the county.
Yeah, communication is so important with an emergency like this. Before you go, I do have a question about, sort of the areas in particular that you might be most concerned about. We know this is a statewide event and it will affect pretty much everyone who's watching right now. Any area, though, in Clayton County in particular that may be most prone to flood?
Yeah, so most of the time it's going to be near creeks and places like that, but there's one that have placed barricades and cones to stage. It's near Southern Region on Upper Riverdale Road. We get a lot of flooding in that area, and so when our hospitals, which is a critical infrastructure, if we can't get people to the hospital, it makes it very difficult. So they have to reroute, and it usually could take time that may be, detrimental to somebody's life.
All right, Fong Nguyen with us tonight from the Clayton County Emergency Management Office. We appreciate your time, and we appreciate all the work that you guys are doing to make sure that everybody stays safe tonight.
Thank you.
All right, as I mentioned, we have our meteorologists following the track of Hurricane Helene. So let's get right back over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb.
Landfall is imminent. It's coming up any time now on the coast, the northern coast of Florida there on the western side, the Gulf Coast of Florida, where we're expecting that landfall there in the Big Bend region. Every time you come to us, it gets closer and closer to that landfall. We expect it would be really within the hour, most likely between 9 and 10 o'clock when we see that official landfall taking place. Notice here, this is the center of the circulation right here, that central dense overcast on the northern part of that eye wall. That will be hitting over land first. It won't be an official landfall until the center of circulation moves through, but it's still going into that Big Bend region here of northern Florida, but it's sending all of this rain up into South Georgia, Middle Georgia, even into the metro Atlanta area as well. You can see the tornado watches in effect for the Florida Peninsula, North Florida, South Georgia, and then I'm going to take you in. First off, take a look at this as we get closer in. There's that northern part of the eye wall. Here is the coast right here. So we're getting closer and closer to that really heavy part, strong winds and heavy rain that is about to move in over the coastline. Let me take you up into Georgia, though. We have a new tornado watch that's in effect for areas really from Albany up toward Macon, that line down to the south. Would you look at this? Look at all of these polygons in here. I'm going to count out the number of tornado warnings that we have. 2 here on the coast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings right now. So when we're talking about not being just focused on the center of the storm because it's such a large storm and it's impacting a lot of people, that is proof right there going into South Georgia with those bands coming in from, the storm is in the Gulf. These bands are wrapping around all the way into the Atlantic. They're hitting the land, and that's where we see that rotation developing within those storms, and that is what is prompting these numerous tornado warnings that we have there in southeast Georgia. For us, we're watching bands move in here, but the severe weather threat is mainly going to stay to the east of us. The bands that we're going to be dealing with will have a lot of heavy rain with them, as well as we've got the strong winds that we're going to have in association with Helene. Take a look at this. This is our live camera at Hartsfield-Jackson. Of course, it is dark out there, but even when it's dark, we normally have a little better visibility at Hartsfield-Jackson. Normally at nighttime, we would be able to see the airport tower there. We can't even see that now because that rain is coming down. The good news is we don't have any reported weather delays right now. Now, I don't want you to think, oh, great, let's go to the airport and hop on a plane, because your individual flight might still be delayed. So check your individual flight, because we know that some airlines are delaying some flights, maybe even canceling some flights in anticipation of everything getting a lot more active tonight. But as far as weather delays, we're not registering any right now, but I do think we're going to start seeing those coming in very soon. Here's the latest. This is the 9 o'clock. All right, we just got an update here. Now 140 mile an hour winds. It has gone up from 125 at 5 o'clock tonight Then at 6:20, that was a Category 3. Then at 6:20, they brought it up to 130 miles an hour, which got it up to a Category 3. Now it's up to 140 mile an hour winds, as we're seeing it not necessarily on the low end of the Cat 4. It is well into the Cat 4 category right now. And if it happened, in order for it to be a Cat 5, it would have to get up to 156 miles an hour or greater. We're experiencing rapid intensification right now. I'm not saying that won't happen, but we may be running out of time here for it to get up to a Cat 5, because by then we think it would be inland. Here you see how close it is to making that landfall, and look at that fast speed, moving north-northeast at 24 miles an hour. Good news and bad news with that. The good news is the storm's going to move quickly and get out of here quickly. By lunchtime tomorrow, the rain's already going to be pretty much out of here. But the bad news with that is, as this makes landfall, we explained a little bit earlier, these storms are fueled by the warm ocean water and the warm Gulf waters. So when they move in over land, you take away that fuel source. It's almost like running out of gas. But it still has some momentum going there with that speed, and since it's going so fast, it is still going to be maintaining Category 2 status, still a hurricane into southwest Georgia. I will never forget being in Hurricane Michael. That was a Category 5 hurricane. I was in the eye of Michael, in a Category 5 hurricane there in Panama City, in the Callaway area near Panama City. And then we drove into southwest Georgia and reported the next day in southwest Georgia on the pecan orchards that were just wiped out from Michael as Michael maintained hurricane strength into southwest Georgia. This is going to happen again, trying to get those trees to come back up, and they will be damaged again. Now, from a Cat 2 here in South Georgia to a tropical depression up in Tennessee, this is a 12-hour span right here. We do think it'll be a Category 1 on the south side, like Pike County, Lamar County, Spalding County, where we have that hurricane warning in effect, but most likely a tropical storm in Atlanta. Yeah, a tropical storm on Atlanta with those tropical storm force winds. This is going to be very impactful with those winds and with that rain. Then it's going to fall apart moving up toward the north. Here's a look at those advisories. Let's see. I don't think they've expanded out more to the north. The red color you see right here is where we have the hurricane warning. You expect a hurricane warning along the coast, right? But this hurricane warning extends well into not only South Georgia and not only Middle Georgia, it extends into areas just south of Atlanta. This hurricane warning, Spalding County, Pike County, Upson County, Lamar County, Butts County, Jasper County. You are going to have hurricane force winds overnight and into tomorrow morning. We will have tropical storm force winds in all of those counties that you see the blue color. That's where we have the tropical storm warning in effect. I showed you those multiple tornado warnings down in southeast Georgia, and if you're concerned about severe weather here, it's a low risk for severe storms in the metro area. However, just to the east of us, again, the center's going to be tracking just about like this. On the east side of that, that's the area most likely for those severe storms. Level 1 risk on the east side, from Augusta down into the areas to the south and east, level 2, and then along the coast, level 3. That's where they're seeing those multiple tornado warnings right now down in parts of southeast Georgia. We have many other elements that we're watching out there. Melissa Nord is standing by right now. Talking, and she's been, while I've been talking, looking at all the latest information coming in locally with the watches that we have, and we're concerned about more flooding too.
And Chris, you were showing how there were multiple tornado warnings in southeastern Georgia. They've just now issued a brand new tornado watch. It does not include the 11 Alive viewing area, but just outside us. That's our county, that's our county, that's our county, and there's the watch. So that's the tornado watch. It's just going to run through, I'm not sure what time overnight tonight, but that's down in central and southern Georgia. And we have a lot of rain in advance of the stronger winds that have been picking up through North Georgia. In fact, just getting a report in from the 911 center that there is a stalled vehicle in water by Six Flags Fairburn Road at Benjamin E. Mays Road, I think it was, or Drive. So we're starting to see the rain amounting and have nowhere to go. So flooding is starting to unfold here in the metro, and we'll see more flooding as we go throughout the overnight. Let me zoom in and show you. You can see all the rain pressing in from the south, working up to the north, and it's this one line right here where the rain has been a little bit more steady, a little bit more consistent, heavier rain rates that's been working through the heart of the metro over the last couple of hours on some of the same areas already in flash flood warning. So I know the entire area is not in a flash flood warning yet, but we're starting to see flooding reports coming in significantly there in the heart of the metro. More flooding reports coming in. I'll zoom in a little bit more so we can show you where the heavy rain is. Now it's kind of working its way northwest as we start to see Helene getting closer to landfall. So heart of Cherokee County through Canton, East Cobb, all the way down into the heart of Atlanta, the west side of the downtown connector, heavier rain right there. And again, the report we got in of flooding, that was out right about here. So just where that flash flood warning is ending, so not far from Six Flags as well. Fairburn, heavy rain there. All of Clayton County getting heavy rain. And you heard earlier the emergency manager talking about typical areas that flood. So if you know somewhere near your house floods, do not drive near that area tonight. It's probably going to flood. More heavy rain, Sonoy over to Peachtree City, and big picture, more pockets where that rain is more steady out towards Heard and Troup counties as well. Look at how much rain we've picked up since yesterday morning. These are 48-hour rainfall totals. You see the orange on the map? Those are rainfall totals in excess of 5 inches. We have a lot of spots that have picked up 5 inches, and we've got another 3 to 5, maybe 6 to go through the overnight. Atlanta through 8 o'clock tonight had already picked up about 1 inch and 1.9 inches of rain. The rain record for the date is about 2.71 inches. We might get there by midnight with more rain coming in. Helene again, just hours away from landfall. As we go through the overnight, another 3 to as much as 6 inches of rain is going to be likely. And then we add the winds into the equation. This storm is not like Francine from a couple weeks ago, not like any other storm of this season. It's a really large storm. We have the tropical storm force winds that extend 300 miles outside the center. So that's the yellow polygon right here. And as we work our way through the overnight, you see the orange color right here and the red color right there. This is talking about the wind field. So this is kind of lower end tropical storm force winds, higher end tropical storm force winds, and hurricane force winds. Those hurricane winds extend about 65 miles outside the center. So that's going to make landfall within the next couple of hours. Valdosta is going to get slammed by hurricane force winds, and Angelina Salcido is in Valdosta right now. She's been at a shelter location seeing how residents are getting ready to take in the storm. And then we get into early hours tomorrow morning, and that's when we see these winds coming into North Georgia. Now, the storm will be weakening as it gets to us, but we still feel there will be a small pocket within North Georgia that ends up with wind gusts that could be hurricane force. We're talking 75, 80 mile per hour gusts. As it gets further north through the area, we should see those winds coming down a little bit, but everybody will see damaging winds in North Georgia. Forecast track hour by hour with those wind gusts as we go through the next couple of hours between now and midnight. The winds, it's going to be breezy, but the bigger winds don't come in until after 2 in the morning. Then see how we start to see more of the purple colors on the map. Those are the winds picking up in their intensity. 6:30 tomorrow morning, we are in the height of the storm. And as we get further through the morning, we'll start to see the winds calming down a little bit on the south side and then finally up in northeast Georgia. So everybody is going to see those strong winds, and that plus how wet the ground is means that power outage risk really increases. So I'll kind of leave it there right there, Chris, if you want to talk more about the forecast track and timing and all that.
Yeah, I'm here in the Weather Center right now because I'm monitoring some of the local storm reports that we're getting in from the National Weather Service. This report is actually from a little bit earlier, but I want to tell you about these just because these reports are giving us an idea of what folks are facing out there. A little bit earlier, 3 miles to the southeast of Six Flags there in Fulton County, we had a stalled vehicle in the water at the intersection of Fairburn Road and Benjamin E. Mays Drive. I'm sure they have that cleared up there by now. Also a little earlier tonight at Chastain Park there in Fulton County at Lake Forest Drive in Northwest, it was closed. It may still be closed between Barbara Lane and West Wyuka Road due to flooding. So that is close here to the local area where we are seeing that. I'm going to walk over to the weather band just to let the directors know that I'm about to head over into that direction. Or I can keep talking about what we've got going on right here. With that rain, additional excuse me, 3 to 6 inches. I'll walk over to the BAM here so you can see what we're talking about. Additional 3 to 6 inches on top of what we have already had. We're watching the winds 50 to 70 miles an hour, and they'll be higher than that in that hurricane warning area down on the south side. The highest wind that we're going to be dealing with is really between 3 and 9 o'clock in the morning. So we've been telling you things are deteriorating through the evening hours tonight, but as we go through the overnight hours, it is going to be stronger. The reason we are on with you right now, and the reason we're going to be with you through the overnight hours, is this is an impactful weather event. This is something, one of these tropical systems, Helene is going to be a memorable name. It's going to be one of those things like Opal, like Ivan, like the other storms that we've had moving through here. Alberto, that wasn't even a hurricane, but it was a big flooding tropical storm that was moving so slowly. Helene is going to be added onto that list of memorable tropical systems that have impacted us here in the metro area. Tornado risk, mainly that low risk for those tornadoes over on the east side. So that's why we're staying here with you overnight. If you're sleeping tonight and you're hearing that heavy rain, if you're hearing the wind and you're hearing trees cracking or maybe falling out there and you are scared, we're going to be here for you through the overnight hours giving you this information. Here's a look at the winds we're watching tonight. This is when it's going to be strongest for those overnight hours and into the early morning hours. 36-mile-an-hour winds in Covington, 53-mile-an-hour winds in Eatonton at 4:30, 40-mile-an-hour winds in Athens. In Atlanta, then at 6:30, we're talking about 47-mile-an-hour winds here, 45 in Peachtree City, 40-mile-an-hour winds over in the Marietta area before those winds start to calm down a little bit more tomorrow afternoon. Now, the sun is going to come out later in the afternoon hours tomorrow. The rain is going to be gone, but the winds are still going to be pretty gusty there between 25 and 35 miles an hour, but at least that's going to be lower than the winds that we're going to be experiencing overnight and into the morning hours. Stay with us. We'll get another look at that eye of the storm as it is getting closer and closer to that landfall. We'll have that coming up.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. We want to take you to a live look right now. This is Cedar Key. This is north of Tampa. And in the distance there, you can just see how the wind is whipping that water out there in this community. You can see debris floating by. And Chris has been telling us that Hurricane Helene is getting closer and closer to landfall, and these images just show what they're getting before even the eye moves through.
Yeah, and Jennifer, this is a small island community there in Florida. It kind of juts out into the Gulf of Mexico, so they are really in the path of Helene. It should, so this is one of the areas that has been evacuated. People have completely left that area.
We also want to take you to Campbell Causeway. This is another area that is not far from Tampa, and just look at that water. Look at the top of the trees there bending as a result of the winds that we are seeing. We have been telling y'all over and over again, we have been warning you, our weather impact team, giving you this information about how seriously we all needed to take that this storm, because these are the effects that we're seeing. We've heard from Chris, we've heard from Melissa that Helene has already upgraded to that Category 4, and people really need to take this seriously. Chris has told us that this will potentially be a Category 2 hurricane when it reaches us, well, not us here in Metro Atlanta, but parts of Georgia. So these images really illustrate why people are sounding the alarm and really advising everyone to take this seriously.
And you see these images, all that water already, and the storm has not even made it to those areas completely, has not made landfall. That causeway, one of many in the Tampa area going over Tampa Bay, that they have already shut down. It's just not safe for anyone to be out there.
It is certainly not. People have said that this may be unlivable. So we really are hoping that people have heeded those warnings. Down in South Georgia, we know that many people have been already taking those warnings seriously, bracing for the first impacts that we'll see from Helene here in Georgia.
Let's check back in with 11 Alive's Angelina Salcido. She is in Valdosta right now. So Angelina, we know you earlier were at a shelter where people will be riding out the storm. You're outside right now.
Yes, so we've been outside for the last few hours, kind of experiencing the different wind gusts that have been coming through, but also experiencing the rain as well. This is one of the more heavier patches of rain that we've been seeing. A little bit earlier, it was a little bit lighter than it is right now, but this is going to continue to deteriorate over time. And as you hear Chris and Melissa talking about all of the rain that we have been getting continuously over the last several hours, that of course is going to saturate the ground, and that is what people are concerned about. That's a part of the reason why they went to shelters shelters because they'd have a safe place for them to stay and not have to risk, when these heavy hurricane force winds come through, the possibility of tree limbs being knocked down. If you take a look this way, this is one of the stretch of roads where the trees tend to get knocked down, and so do the power lines. A woman that I spoke to who has lived here for several years with her husband tells me that they live just 3 miles away from the shelter that they chose to go to. But given the fact that when they know the ground gets saturated and the amount of trees that they have seen come down, she just knew that she had to evacuate. Take a listen to what she had to say about what it looked like after Hurricane Idalia passed through last August.
The more I heard about it, I thought about August of last year when there were so many trees falling here in Valdosta, and it was like a war zone. And I thought, we don't need to be in this house with all these trees. We had trees falling in our rental house and trees falling around our house, but nothing touched our house. But I heard about the wind speed and how the storm is really approaching fast, and I felt as if we needed to be prepared.
So she feels comfortable with where she is right now in this shelter that is just about 3 miles away from her home. But she does tell me also she's not concerned really about what her home looks like when she goes back tomorrow. Just the fact that her and her family are doing okay, that is all that matters to her about going through this storm, just because of the experience that they've had in the past. Right now in Lowndes County, they have a curfew that is in place from 8 p.m. all the way up until sunrise. I do want to stress, though, that they have told people that live in mobile homes to evacuate. If people that live in mobile homes have not evacuated, they can still do that and they can still go to a shelter. That curfew does not apply to those people. The EMA director is going to be talking to us soon. We'll bring you some updates from what they have seen around the county and what they're expecting as conditions continue to deteriorate here. We're live in Valdosta. Angelina Salcido, 11 Alive News.
All right, Angelina, thank you so much. And we want to take you to a look at what we're also seeing around Metro Atlanta. Take a look at this video. This is from Spalding County. Our reporter Joe Ripley is out there, and you can see the water is already starting to accumulate. Those levels of water rising as Helene's impacts are getting closer and closer to us here.
Yeah, we already have heard of some stalled vehicles, so the water is coming in rapidly, impacting many areas. Sandy Springs police first reported a sinkhole on Lake Forest Drive here in Atlanta. We're told it's because of a culvert failure, and that will stay shut down until they can get that repaired as well. That's some of the video you're looking at.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about hearing different things that we are. This next images that you're seeing, this is the Howard Franklin Bridge. This is out of Tampa, Florida as well. And you can just see this camera can't even remain stable because of the high winds that the storm surge and the flood is bringing in. You can see that water coming in over the side of the bridge.
And just look at the camera, how it's moving, obviously showing just how, and people are still driving. You see a couple of cars still in this high wind and rain, just so dangerous out there. We also have this, I believe, from Alligator Point, Florida, which is south of Tallahassee. You see a young man there holding up a flag, but hopefully most people have heeded the warnings and got out of those areas, as it is only going to get worse tonight.
And we are going to continue to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Helene as the night continues on, as we get closer and closer to landfall and the impacts reaching us here in Metro Atlanta.
Sonic. Love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess. Welcome back. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the Weather Impact Team with this Weather Impact Alert. Look at this video from a little bit earlier. This is in Cedar Key, Florida. This is near that Big Bend region that we have been telling you about, where we're seeing those most impacts there from Helene. And even though the center of the circulation is going to miss Cedar Key, this just goes to show you what can happen on the right-hand side of that circulation. Look at that flooding, look at the wind, look at the waves there, look at those boats that are rocking with those very strong winds in association with that. That's in the Manatee County area of Florida. Again, kind of around to the east more of the Big Bend region, and like not all the way to Tampa, but kind of between the Big Bend and Tampa is where this video is from. You see some of those trees tipping over, strong rough surf there. And that is actually before the eye even got anywhere close to that area. Speaking of the eye of the storm, landfall is imminent. We are getting closer and closer to an official landfall right now. There you can see that circulation still a Category 4. If you missed it just a few moments ago, we told you not only about the upgrade to a Category 4 when it went up to 130 miles an hour, but with the 9 o'clock position update, it was increased to 140 miles an hour. So that's a stronger Cat 4, not just a low-end Cat 4. It's a stronger Cat 4. It would have to get up to 156 miles an hour or greater in order for it to become a Cat 5. I'm not saying that's impossible, but we're getting closer to that landfall, and we're starting to run out a little bit of time before it can become a Cat 5. So here we are in Atlanta, here's the storm, and look between here, we've got all that moisture that's feeding in that's going to give us more rain. And if you think it's raining hard right now, or you think we have a lot of rain, it's going to get worse overnight. We're going to have more of this rain feeding in. The winds are going to start kicking up. We're going to have trees coming down. We're going to have power outages. That's just what's going to be happening here. As when this moves inland, it's going to track right through Atlanta, maybe Atlanta over toward Athens. I think the center of the circulation will be maybe a little bit to the east of Atlanta. That'll be better for us, but still not good news for the Athens area. Now, we've been talking about that center of the circulation and landfall. So that's just when the official landfall happens. We have, notice right here, that is the northern eye wall, that central dense overcast there on the northern eye wall. Some of that is getting closer. This black that you see right there, that is the coast there near the Big Bend region. And so that northern eye wall is getting ready to move over the coastline. It's not an official landfall until the center of circulation, that's that centermost part, moves in over the coast. That's when we have the official landfall. But that northern eye wall is getting close to the coastline there to potentially start that landfalling process. So I'm going to step over here real quick. I want to, y'all keep it right there on the band, but I just want to zoom in a little bit tighter to see what kind of names come up here. All right, so this is what we're watching. We mentioned Cedar Key, all right? That video that we saw from Cedar Key, that's where that came from right there. And then here's, as we get up toward the Big Bend region, we've got Fort White right here. And then over on the west side, there's Carabel over there, and once you go down that way, that takes you back down closer to Mexico Beach, Cape San Blas, in that area. So that eye, still over water, but it's going to be going north, making that landfall there north of Cedar Key and over to the east of Carabel. Also, look over into Georgia. We have numerous tornado watches in effect for the peninsula of Florida, South Georgia, East Georgia, up into South Carolina. We counted the number of tornado warnings a few minutes ago. I think we counted 7 of those. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings. As
what's really interesting is the storm is over in the Gulf, right? But the bands are crossing over Florida, going out over into the Atlantic. This is one of the bands, one of the outer bands with that out on the Atlantic. As that moves inland, it causes some rotation with that in some of those outer bands, and that's what's causing the tornado warnings along the Georgia coast from Savannah down to near Brunswick and inland a little bit there too. We had a tornado warning earlier up I-16. Now look at this. Melissa mentioned earlier about the new tornado watch that was issued. It's pretty much including Augusta. It's just outside of Macon and goes on down to the south. So in our viewing area, the counties that we are responsible for, none of those counties are included in this tornado watch, but we do think that chance, the higher risk for severe storms, is going to be mainly over to the east and also to the south of us. I want to check the airport again. It looks like the visibility has gotten a little bit better. We had some really heavy rain earlier. We could not even see the airport tower. We're seeing that now. The runways and taxiways are wet, and excuse me, at this point, we do not have any weather-related delays. Check your flight, though, if you're planning on going to the airport, because there may be some individual flight delays or even some flight cancellations. So here again is that track. There's that wind, 140 miles an hour, moving north-northeast at 24. That takes it inland to the Big Bend. Category 2 in South Georgia, a tropical storm over Atlanta, and then it falls apart up in Tennessee and also over into Kentucky. I want to get you over to Melissa. New flood warnings coming in right now, right?
Yeah, and this is a brand new flash flood warning that's going to include the lion's share of the inner metro from north to south. It'll run until 3:15 this morning. You can see it goes all the way from Cherokee and Forsyth County through Gwinnett, Fulton, DeKalb, out towards Rockdale County, Clayton, Fayette, Henry, Spalding, Pike, Lamar, Upson, and even a little sliver of Butts County right there. So large chunk of the metro under a flash flood warning until 3:15 this morning. The rain not going to let up. And you can see this is just in the last 2 or 3 hours we're starting to get flood reports in. Each one of these circles represents another report of flooding. Not everywhere that's flooding is reported. So if you know of flooding near your area, if you can let us know, you can reach out to us on the Weather Impact Facebook group page. Or if you see flooding and somebody stranding in water, of course, call 911, but we'll relay that to the National Weather Service so they can get all of this put together with where exactly we're seeing flooding. Chris mentioned a couple of these earlier, but there are some new ones that have popped up. This one is in kind of southern Fulton County, flooding on intersection of Old Constitution and Constitution Road. We've got flooding in North Avenue.
The best highlights. Star-studded recruits, because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic.
Well, flooding reported Old Clifton Road between Gatewood Road and Houston Mill Road, and also North Decatur Road at Superior Avenue, so close to downtown Decatur, kind of that area. Big picture, rain keeps working in. Rain gets heavier as we work through the overnight. Right now, we have that one little strip in yellow where the rain rates are still more significant. That's where we're seeing more standing water on the roads, ponding water on the roads. The water's got to go somewhere. The ground's not going to absorb it at this point. We're like a soaked sponge, so it runs off, and that's how we get flooding. That's how we see creek and stream levels rising. Several of our smaller creeks have already been heading towards flood stage, and with more rain on the way overnight, we're expecting more of them to go into even some of the moderate flood stage overnight tonight. We'll zoom in a little bit more. You can see that heaviest rain through Canton, down 575 to 75. Roswell back into Cobb County. Few little pockets there near Beaufort as well with some moderate rain. And then on the western side of Atlanta, from Douglasville down into South Fulton County, the city of Fairburn, we're seeing some of that rain really picking up in intensity. It's lightening up a little bit there in portions of Coweta County, heavier right near Sonoy, and then big picture, LaGrange. Everybody getting inundated by rainfall right now. So we've got a long way to go, Chris. So we're expecting another 3 to 6 inches of rainfall. Big picture with our weather impact alert. We're tracking all of these different facets of Hurricane Helene. 3 to 6 inches of rainfall is likely. The gusts tonight will pick up. At their max, we're expecting gusts across North Georgia 50 to 70 miles per hour if you're in the tropical storm warning. If you're in the hurricane warning, those gusts could be 80 miles per hour. And of course, we'll also watch the tornado risk. And that tornado risk is going to be highest where the watches are in effect right now. But overnight tonight, that risk area could even nudge its way, I think, a little bit into parts of our area overnight as well. And this is a really large storm, so everybody will see that risk of power outages as the winds pick up after 2 o'clock tonight. We're expecting them to peak between 2 or 3 in the morning and about 9 o'clock in the morning. That'll be the height of the storm. That's when, if you feel like you've got trees hanging over your house, go to the lowest level of your house, side of the house where you don't have the trees hanging over. Chris, it's going to be a long night ahead with all this to go.
And that's why we are here for you tonight. We want you to know the severity of what we're about to see here. We are taking this seriously. We want you to take it seriously. We are going to be here with you during the overnight hours. So if you hear heavy rain, trees cracking, trees falling outside, and you are scared, definitely take cover there. But if you're wanting information, we are going to be here for you during the overnight hours. And there you can see the track of the storm there with that hurricane warning that is extending a little bit more to the north there, with some counties on the south side included in that warning. We will talk more about that coming up in just a little bit. Stay with us.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens.
Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day.
Stay safe, informed, and
Weather impact team, we continue with this weather impact alert as we are watching our local impacts here from Helene that is just about to make landfall right now in the Big Bend region of Florida. It's just a little bit away from that official landfall. We have our 9 o'clock update in showing the storm with 140 mile an hour winds. When the 10 o'clock advisory comes in, I'm expecting that we may see this landfall getting closer and closer here with that advisory. Here you can see where this storm is into relation to us. We're in Atlanta. The storm's down here, but look how the flow around that is sending the southerly flow in, and it is bringing all that rain our way. We have tornado watches in Florida and in South Georgia, in East Georgia. 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings over there in Southeast Georgia. Here's what we're watching with this eye wall, that northern eye wall, really close to the coastline. Now, it won't be an official landfall until the center of circulation comes in, but we expect that to be really soon. Within the next hour or so, we think we'll have that official landfall. But as we've been saying, don't look just at that center, because so many people are impacted by this. In fact, there you see on I-16 there, south and east of Macon, a tornado warning there, numerous tornado warnings near the Savannah area, and a lot of people are impacted by this storm as we see more of this moisture feeding our way. This tornado watch does not include any of our counties here. I'm going to bring in Melissa Nord right now. We have been telling you all along about why we are concerned about numerous trees coming down and also some power outages from all of those trees coming down. And Melissa is going to explain to us what happens with that. You know, in normal rain with dry ground, the tree stands up normally, right?
Right. If you have strong winds, the trees, those root systems are really locked in, and you can advance it. I'll go, Chris, for you. But when we add in the strong winds after we have rain, it's a different scenario. So let's bring in winds with dry ground. That's like how we were 3 days ago. The roots are locked in. They're going to blow in those gusty winds, but a lot of them, they're going to be standing afterwards. But it's different.
But it's different when you add in the water, and we have had a lot of water. You often hear us talk about, you know, the ground is saturated, and so what happens is that kind of loosens up the ground around those trees. So when you have all of that water like we have had coming in here, the wet ground kind of loosens up those roots a little bit more, and that is susceptible to those winds. And so look what happens when those winds come by.
And another thing is, I mean, we have not had the leaves falling from the trees yet. So that's another, if you think about like paper airplanes catch the wind, we've got all the leaves on the trees catching those strong wind gusts, and it adds to the force trying to push those trees over from those strong wind gusts. So that's why we really feel that this will be a big power outage event for us. We had over 1 million without power after Zeta in 2020. Irma, we had so many without power. And I think back to one of, I'm going to age myself here, one of my first memories was Opal in 95 moving through here. I think it gusted 78 at Dobbins, and that caused significant power outages as well.
And that's one of those memorable tropical systems that came through. We have talked about Opal, we've talked about Tropical Storm Alberto, we had Ivan that came through, numerous storms that are memorable. Helene is going to be added to that list as a memorable and destructive storm here in Georgia, Jonathan.
All right, we will be checking back with both of you very shortly, but right now let's head back to Gainesville in Hall County.
That's where we find 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn. Cody, what are you seeing there at this hour?
Yeah, well, things have been pretty quiet. We've seen some localized flooding, but it's that flash flooding, so it goes down pretty much as soon as it happens once the rain quits. The rain really just started picking up again here in the last 30 minutes, but again, we're waiting for that system to arrive here around midnight. But here behind me, you can see this is the Missouri Task Force. These guys are from Boone County. They have been sent here by FEMA, and you can see them right now in this trailer getting their supplies ready, checking for life jackets here. Now, they are bringing in about 100,000 pounds of equipment here, and this is just one trailer of many. We have Homeland Security who also just showed up. They're just making sure they have everything ready in this disaster resource trailer, which will be sent out if FEMA does request it. We'll walk over here, Cody, my photojournalist, behind the camera. Now again, these crews, it's about a 40-man team who drove here from Missouri. These guys just got back to Missouri from Hurricane Francine. They were down there covering that. So they have a ton of these trucks. These are just some of the equipment we're talking about. I'm going to walk you back here where they actually have their boats on these trailers ready to go. So these guys can respond to if a tornado spins up. They have these all-terrain vehicles. They can get around those trees, start cutting down limbs, and get some rescues. If there's high water rescue, they have several of these boats. This is one type of boat they have, and then if you look over here, they got 2 more with equipment on board. They have these things ready to go. They can go in the moment's notice. You have water here. They have these actual bins here that are protected. And again, these teams are brought together by FEMA. They are deployed here in Gainesville, and they are ready to go in within a 10-minute range. I was talking to the captain of this team. He said when they get dispatched, they'll be on the road within 5 minutes. They have 4 semis over to our left with all of the equipment. They have machinery as well. So they are ready. They have doctors on this team. They have K9 units that if they have to go in for search and rescue, they're ready to go. Again, swiftwater rescues, trees, if they start to come down. Now in Francine, when they went down to help those guys, they didn't get deployed, but they say this is a much different system, and they will go wherever they are sent by FEMA. So it could be here in North Georgia. They could go all the way down to the coast once it is clear. But again, a 40-man crew just kind of standing by. I just saw Homeland Security pull up as well. They're kind of helping in this response. And this is just one of several teams who are stationed right now in North Georgia, hunkering down for the storm to start moving through and ready to be deployed as we start to see the damage from these winds. We're expecting that Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb's been talking about all night long.
All right, Cody, thank you so much. We want to take you now to the city of Brookhaven, where we understand from police, Brookhaven police reporting multiple traffic lights out along Buford Highway.
Yeah, they're also seeing some road damage out there as well. So let's check in with 11 Alive's Grace King with what she's seeing tonight. Grace.
We are just by the Garden apartment homes at Briarwood, where
All right, we are having some trouble with Grace, probably, as you can see, as a result of the weather conditions out there. But we do know that Brookhaven police were saying that there were holes, there's some roadway damage out there as a result of the storm that they were warning people about.
Yeah, a big reason that they blocked off that road where Grace was. We'll try to get Grace's shot back up and check back with you. But right now, we'll take another quick break and be right back with our extended live coverage.
Live weather impact alert.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta.
Welcome back. We want to take you back now to Brookhaven along Buford Highway.
11 Alive's Grace King is there for us tonight. So Grace, what are you seeing?
Well, this is the part of Buford Highway that was already under construction and hadn't quite been finished yet. Crews tell me that this area right here is where all of the utilities go. And because they have just been finishing up the construction, all this gravel that you see scattered on the road and everywhere else was covering this that would allow people to go in and out of this apartment complex. But the rain has actually washed all that gravel away onto the road, onto the sidewalk, leaving about a 2-foot hole down into the road, trapping people from the gardens up at Briarwood apartment homes in their complex. They told me this is the only way in and out of their building, but because of the heavy rains, you can see the water down Buford Highway, washing away the gravel, washing away really that path in and out in case of an emergency. They're already worried about what will happen. You can walk over it, but of course there's been some detours. We saw the police out here earlier. They've put up cones, they've put up caution tape warning people not to drive over here. We also saw tow trucks towing away some cars that looked like they had possibly driven into the hole before they realized that the gravel had simply washed away here in Brookhaven. Back to you.
All right, Grace, thank you so much for that report there in DeKalb County on Buford Highway. Here's the storm right now. We are waiting for a 10 o'clock position estimate from the National Hurricane Center. We can kind of have a better idea of just how close to landfall we are seeing this storm, and we can zoom into it and see how close we are too. Before we get to that though, here's the storm in relation to Atlanta. On that east side, the east side of the track, that's where we're seeing most of those stronger storms, the tornado watches, numerous tornado warnings in parts of central Georgia, southeastern Georgia, also over into South Carolina. We're not overly concerned about widespread tornado outbreak here. We think that would be more over to the east, maybe over closer to Athens. There could be some tornadoes there as that center of circulation comes in a little bit closer. But here we are looking at that eye of the storm right here, that northern eye wall, getting ready to move in over land on the Big Bend region. Now, the northern eye wall doesn't count as an official landfall. It won't be landfall till the center of that circulation moves in. So that's why we think I have a little bit longer before that landfall takes place. Then, once landfall happens, Georgia is the next target. It is going to move through North Florida into southwest Georgia, middle Georgia, and then through the metro Atlanta area. And that process will be taking place during the overnight hours and into early tomorrow. Here we are zoomed in really tight. You see the black border line right here? I know that might be kind of hard to see here, but that is the coastline. That's that central dense overcast here on that northern eye wall that you can see right here, and that's about to move inland over land. Here in South Georgia, we have been dealing, in Southeast Georgia, we've been dealing with tornado warnings. We have this one here out I-16. That may be a little closer to Dublin and Lawrence County and that area there, and then more tornado warnings near Savannah and some over the line into South Carolina, really just a little bit to the west of the Charleston area. Still really far away from that center of circulation, but those outer bands spiraling around this Category 4 hurricane, that's spreading that rain over into South Georgia and into South Carolina as well. We have plenty of rain here. At times it is moderate to heavy, and then it may let up a little bit with the mainly light rain around, but this is going to be pretty persistent overnight as we see additional bands of heavy rain that are going to be pushing up into our area. This is our live view right now from our Georgia Tech camera downtown, and we're looking more toward the north and east here. You see the raindrops that are hitting the lens of the camera. You can still see the lights. Visibility, though, beyond the buildings is a little bit low as we have that good coverage of rain that's moving through the Atlanta area right now. This is still the 9 o'clock advisory, but we have been watching that rapid intensification happen during the day today. When we got to the 5 o'clock hour, winds were, it was still a Category 3 storm. Then it was upgraded to a Category 4 with winds going from 125 to 130. Now winds are 140 miles an hour. If you're wondering if this could be a Cat 5, it would have to get up to 156 miles an hour in order to be classified as a Cat 5. It might be running out of time for it to get that strong, but hey, anything is possible with this rapid intensification. Now, it's moving quickly north-northeast at 24 miles an hour. So that's going to bring it in along the coast, and then it is still going to maintain hurricane strength into South Georgia as a Category 2, and then even a Category 1 into middle Georgia. By the time it gets to us here in Atlanta, it will be a tropical storm. So that's why we have that tropical storm warning here, and then falling apart into Tennessee and also up into parts of Kentucky as well. So here's what we're watching with those advisories. Now, you would expect with a landfalling Category 4, of course, you're going to have a hurricane warning along the coast. That is the red color that you see here. But look how that extends south of Atlanta, a hurricane warning, not only just for the coast or northern Florida, but this goes into South Georgia, middle Georgia, and areas south of the city. So here's the breakdown of how far north that hurricane warning extends. It does include Spalding County, Butts County, Jasper County, Pike and Lamar County, over toward Monroe County, and Upson County. That line down to the south, including Macon and Columbus. All of that area is expected to see hurricane force winds. Those are winds 75 miles an hour or greater. later. Then coming into Atlanta, tropical storm force winds, but the low end of tropical storm force winds is 39 miles an hour. We're talking about winds here really just below hurricane strength, maybe 60 to at times 70 miles an hour possible, maybe even 80-mile-an-hour winds over toward the Athens area and in the mountains of North Georgia. That's why we are concerned about power outages. The ground is very saturated. We've had rain yesterday. We have rain now. More rain's coming in overnight. The winds have not been that bad yet, but they will be getting stronger. And they will be getting bad overnight with those stronger gusts in the overnight hours and also toward tomorrow morning. So we have a power outage risk map that shows in this darker red color here, those are the areas more likely to have some of those power outages. And I want to add, up in the mountains of North Georgia, with the terrain there, could enhance some of the winds that we have there too. So I think we'd have a good, we've got a moderate risk up in North Georgia for power outages there. The rest of Atlanta and North Georgia in that moderate risk. I want you to be prepared for trees down, and I want you to be prepared for power outages, because that's going to be happening. Not everybody is going to lose their power, but I think a lot of people will. We continue with the weather impact alert for the rest of the night and into tomorrow. The threats we're watching: rain, that's going to be heavy, has the potential for flooding. Tropical storm force winds here, hurricane force winds on the south side, and the storms mainly to the east of us. Most people still have power. We're beginning to see some of those power outages coming in right now. If you still have power and you're looking at your phone, or if you've got your device and you're at 25, 30%, anywhere really below 100%, plug it in right now, get it charged before you lose power. We want you to still be able to connect with us and get these updates. Even if you can't watch us on TV, you'll be able to watch us on our 11 Alive app and also on our website at 11alive.com. Let's go over to Melissa right now, who has been tracking these local impacts that are already happening.
Yeah, and Chris, the biggest local impact right now is the flooding. We have this flash flood warning until 3:15 this morning, and it's for the entire heart of the metro. Now, I know you only see a couple of flood reports coming in here, but we've got more that our news desk is gathering, hearing about either roads where the culvert was washed out or cars that have been stranded in water. So as the rain continues overnight and the rain gets a lot heavier, the number of little circles on the map you see here is going to go up. We're going to see a lot more of these circles going up because the flooding is going to get worse. So all of North Georgia in the risk of flooding tonight. You can see the steady rain moving in, and not just steady rain, but at times there's some pockets where it's a little bit more moderate. So this is where we watch for the water really to start to add up on the roadways. So we'll zoom into a couple of those areas. You can see it's now pushed onto the west side of the metro. So now that we're seeing Helene getting closer to landfall, instead of all this rain going due north along our stalled boundary, we're starting to get more of that easterly component with the flow around the center of Helene. So these are all pushing up to the north and west now. So we're seeing some of that heaviest rain stretching throughout Cherokee County, back into Cobb County, also Douglas County. Some really heavy rain there right in Douglasville. We'll go a little bit further south. You can see as we travel from Douglas County into South Fulton County, more of that heavy rain extends into the city of South Fulton, even close to Fairburn, and then into Coweta County, Noonan area, Peachtree City, some locally heavy rain. That's pushing north and westward, so I think you'll catch a little break there in Fayette County, but more heavy rains moving in McDonough, Locust Grove, and also Griffin. That'll lift up towards Irondale there in Clayton County. So rain is widespread. Rain's going to get heavier overnight tonight. We've already picked up, this is since yesterday morning, some places, these orange colors on the map, those are 5+ inches of rain. Well, we're going to add on top of that another 3 to as much as 5, maybe 6 inches of rain. We're going to have more flooding issues. In fact, the Yellow River in Lithonia is now entering minor flood stage, now forecast to get worse than that. So that's going to send some water into some backyards of homes and such like that. So that's something we're watching. All right, overnight tonight, this is an update. This is going through Friday morning. Chris, I think this updated. I think it used to have just through Athens, but now it looks like they've extended it into Augusta.
Yes, it has.
So this is a new updated flood risk, which goes through the overnight.
What happens? Our weather impact alert is up when
all of the area but Northwest Georgia is in this high risk of flooding. So flooding one threat. Power outages comes later. And Chris, when we see those winds increasing plus how wet things are, it's only a matter of time before the power outages just go from the tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and hopefully not more than that, but it's definitely a possibility.
And for our viewers, a little, inside information, you're seeing that map that Melissa just showed of that high risk for flooding. In the springtime, or really whenever we have severe weather, and when we show you the convective outlook maps that show the green, yellow, orange, and red, where red is that rare high risk for severe weather, is similar here for the flooding risk map. That high risk is something they don't put out all the time. So that just goes to show you, again, the importance of this. This is why we are on TV with you all evening long. This is why we're going to be with you in the overnight hours as well. We know you're hungry for weather information. We want to be here with you from the Weather Impact team and all of our news team here at 11 Alive. But let me break down here the timeline still. We're in the evening hours and getting closer to late night hours now. We're close to 10 o'clock right now. So for the rest of the evening hours, we have that rain continuing. We've already experienced moderate to heavy rain. We've got more moderate to heavy rain for the rest of the evening hours. The winds are starting to kick up. This isn't the bad part of the winds yet. It's just starting to gradually transition to get a little more breezy out there, gusts to 25 miles an hour. We have to watch for some standing water and flooding. We are already seeing that on some of the roads out there. Overnight, that's when it starts ramping up. With heavy rain, flooding will be occurring in spots. In those areas where there's the tropical storm warning, really all of North Georgia and Metro Atlanta, we're going to see the winds 50 to 70 miles an hour. In the hurricane warning down to the south of us, that's where we're going to have 80+ mile an hour winds. We have that low tornado risk to the south and east. And then tomorrow morning, the other very active time here, early tomorrow morning, Chesley and Nicole will be here with you early in the morning. I might even still be here with you early in the morning as well. We have that early heavy rain and flooding for the first part of the morning hours. The tropical storm warning area, gusts 50 to 70 miles an hour, hurricane warning 80 miles an hour. And then we have that chance for rain ending though, but staying breezy once we get into those afternoon hours. So stay with us. We have a driving shot to show you right now. This is in Lilburn from one of our news cars where you can see what we're watching out there around our area. Really, all of us are going to be impacted from this rain and from the winds that are moving through our area. There is the shot that we have right now. This is at Jimmy Carter Boulevard. Karis Belger and her video journalist are in that vehicle right now at Jimmy Carter Boulevard there near the Lilburn area. They are at a red light. We'll just kind of watch as they go through this here as we have that rain, pretty steady and light rain. They are kind of going around the area. They were Karis was in Athens earlier, right? They're now into Gwinnett, and they've been moving through the area here just to check on those conditions. Over in Athens, that is part of the eastern side, of the dirty side of the storm, if you will, that's going to have the chance for some more impact in Athens. But here's how those roads are looking. A lot of water there on the road. That just looks slick, and you definitely want to be careful and take it easy. Stay with us. We will continue with our updates with you, not only next hour, but also at 11 o'clock, midnight, through the overnight hours, and into tomorrow morning. Stay with us. We have much more to come in just a few minutes.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can.
extremely dangerous Category 4 storm now heading toward Florida. We're already seeing some of the flooding happening in that state ahead of Helene's landfall. Thanks for being with us. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. We have a weather impact alert in place. We've been telling you about this all week long now as we brace for flooding and strong winds here in Georgia. Our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, and meteorologist Melissa Nord have been tracking the storm for you all night. And guys, we are expecting landfall to happen at any moment now.
Anytime now. We think it will be within this hour. We've been tracking this storm, and that center of the circulation still is over water. With the 10 o'clock update that we just got in, there's not an official landfall yet. However, this northern eye wall is coming in over land there in the Big Bend region, and we'll wait until the center of that circulation moves in over the coast before we will have an official landfall. Now, I want to zoom out just a little bit to show you just the whole structure with that and everybody that is impacted by this system. It's not just that center of circulation with the landfall. Look how large this is. We have a large area of rain. You can see here the counterclockwise flow with that, and that's sending up a lot of this Gulf moisture into our area. We have already been dealing with rain for the past 2 days here from a cold front that is stalled out, and now we're getting the influence from Francine. Even though the specific rain shield, like these bands there, haven't made it to us yet, it's still giving us that flow of rain, and it's only going to get worse during the overnight hours. That's why we are here with you tonight. We want you to know we're not only here with you this evening, we're going to be here with you overnight, because we know it is going to be tough to sleep tonight. When you're hearing that heavy rain, when those strongest winds start whipping up, and you may hear trees cracking outside your window or maybe even falling in your neighborhood, we're going to be here with you to walk you through this system, to let you know what's going on now and when things are going to get better. Here is the center of that circulation right now, that northern eye wall getting closer. Actually, part of the northeastern eye wall right there is touching the coast, and then this northern eye wall is about to. But again, we won't have official landfall until this center makes it over the land, and we think that's going to be happening maybe within this hour. But look how all of these impacts stretch well over into Georgia. We have numerous tornado watches in effect. Earlier, we had 7 tornado warnings in southeast Georgia. Now we have one here near Savannah with that band that extends over into the Atlantic. The center of the storm is in the Gulf, but these bands go out into the Atlantic. They come in over land. We have some rotation with that. We have another tornado warning there just to the west of Charleston. And you can see those bands, how they're moving in here. And then up in our area, we've been dealing with a lot of light rain, a good persistent coverage of light rain, but then every once in a while, you'll see a little band coming through with some moderate rain with it, and that is only going to intensify as we go through those overnight hours. So here is the latest that we just got in. This is the 10 o'clock advisory, still at 140 miles an hour. So I was really eager and interested to see that update, because we saw it go from 125 miles an hour at 5 o'clock. That was a Cat 3. Then at 6:20, they upgraded it to a Cat 4 at 130 miles an hour. And then just last hour at 9 o'clock, it went up to 140. And now at 10 o'clock, it is still at 140. So this will most likely not become a Cat 5. We've been telling you we think that this storm won't really have enough time to get any stronger to be a Cat 5. It'd have to be up to 156 miles an hour or higher to be a Cat 5. So we don't think that's going to happen. But we're seeing this rapid intensification that's been happening all day long. And that is, as it makes landfall, we do think it will be a Cat 4 moving in. And then with that speed, north-northeast at about 24 miles an hour, I explained earlier, I want to tell this again for those of you who are just tuning in here in the 10 o'clock hour. These hurricanes are fueled by warm ocean water, Gulf water there, and as it moves inland, you're taking that fuel source away, and it is no longer getting that fuel, and so it usually starts falling apart. But it's a process that happens. The weakening process takes a little while. Because this one is moving so fast, north-northeast at 24 miles an hour, it's going to take a while, that weakening process. It's going to still be moving quickly. So we're talking about a Category 2 hurricane in south and southwest Georgia still, and then into central Georgia, a Category 1 up to around Macon, and even northward up towards Spalding County, Pike County. It'll still be a Cat 1 hurricane there. Then when it gets up to Atlanta, It'll be a tropical storm, then it becomes a depression, a remnant low, as it pushes up into Tennessee and also into Kentucky before it stalls out and falls apart there. The other thing I want to show you here is when you see this cone, I hear from so many people, oh, I'm in or out of the cone, and if I'm out of the cone, I don't need to worry. That is not true. This cone is called the cone of uncertainty, and what this is, it's showing us the likelihood of where the center of circulation is going to be, all right? This is not a cone of impacts. This is not showing us who's going to be impacted by the storm because the impacts go far out from this cone. So this is just the cone of uncertainty here as it goes through the Atlanta area still as that tropical storm. We have also been watching these hurricane warnings that have been extending northward. We have the hurricane warning along the coast, but it goes into South Georgia, Central Georgia, and as far north as Jasper County, Butts County, Spalding County, and Pike and Lamar County and Upson County. And then all the rest of us are in a tropical storm warning where we are going to be having those tropical storm force winds. So this is what we're going to be watching with that weather impact alert. And then I'm going to send it over to Melissa so she can tell you what's happening out there right now. She has been monitoring some storm reports we've been getting in and flooding reports we've been getting in. We continue with that weather impact alert for the rest of the night and into the day tomorrow. Those impacts will be not only just rain, we're talking flooding rain, and not just wind, we're talking damaging wind at hurricane and tropical storm force. We're also watching storms that would mainly be over on the east side. So most of you most likely still have power. We've been watching the power outage map. We have been seeing some power outages coming in right now, but it's not widespread yet. But so what I want you to do, if you have power right now, plug in your phone, plug in your devices, plug in anything that needs to be charged up because you're going to want that to happen because when power goes out, most likely overnight and into tomorrow morning, you'll be glad that you have that charged up. Also, make sure you have some batteries. If you have batteries in a closet somewhere that you have to dig around for, go ahead and get those out now because if you need those for a flashlight or anything battery operated that if you lose power for, you'll want to have that ready as well. Let's head it over to Melissa right now.
Yeah.
She has some new information coming in that she's been monitoring.
Yeah, and Chris, one of the things that I'm focusing on is flooding. We know winds are going to come in. We know the winds are going to cause power outages. But before we even get to those strong winds, the rain is adding up here, and there is a flash flood warning for the Atlanta area. I've been looking at river levels and creek levels, and I want to mention one in particular. This is in kind of not far from our news station in Beaufort. The North Fork of Peachtree Creek in Beaufort, okay, is now in major flood stage. It just reached 18.06 feet. If it reaches another half a foot, that's the record. That record is from the September 2009 floods. So the water is shooting up in a flash flood. So if you hear some of these road names, I want you to be aware that if you live near that North Fork of the Peachtree Creek, it is starting to flood, okay? And if you know that your home lives in a flood zone, I want you to see, if you see those waters rising, you seek higher ground. So I'm investigating how high the water's going and what roadways is near it. Victoria Drive and Converse Drive as well. Those are roads near this particular river gauge. It's on the North Fork of Peachtree Creek in Beaufort. And again, that is in now major flood stage. It's only a half a foot away from the record, which was from back in September of 2009 when we had those major floods in Atlanta. So we're seeing the flooding increasing. And Lauren, just tell me when you want me to toss to him. Here are the flood reports around the metro area. You can see the rain still pushing in from the south and is really working northwest at this point. So again, the rain's not going to let up. We're seeing these embedded areas where the rain is heavier. The rain has nowhere to go, so it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Right now, the worst of the heavy rain, we've got one section right here on the western side of town, another pushing up from Henry County through western Henry County. So that heaviest rain right now stretching really from Canton down to Holly Springs, into Woodstock, Kennesaw, Ackworth, and back into Dallas and Douglasville. Chris, a lot of rain coming. I'm going to look a little bit more into that flood report. Hope to get that to you in just a few minutes.
floods. And unfortunately, Melissa, we know that these flood reports are going to be coming in more and more for those overnight hours with this heavier rain that's going to be moving in, as well as the trees down and power outages. This is a look at the gusts we're expecting overnight and into early tomorrow morning. By 6:30 in the morning, 47-mile-an-hour wind gusts here in Atlanta, 46 in Eatonton. Athens, the reason that comes down to 36 is because that's the center of the storm, almost like the eye of the storm, where it'll calm down a little bit, then it'll ramp back up to 43, 48-mile-an-hour winds in Duluth at 7:30, 43 in Atlanta. So that's the time frame, let's say between 2 and 9 o'clock in the morning is when we're going to have the 2 a.m. and 9 o'clock in the morning is when we'll have the highest winds, the heaviest rain that'll be moving through. The rain is going to get out of here close to the noon hour tomorrow, but then we're still going to have breezy conditions back behind it, talking 25, 35 mile an hour wind gusts. That's still breezy, but just not as strong as what we're going to have overnight and into tomorrow morning. Stay with us. We're going to keep monitoring Helene as that landfall is imminent, and then we talk about Georgia being next in the path.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. And as we are waiting for that landfall, take a look at this video. This comes from Tampa, Florida. And clearly you can see by the light out there that this is earlier. But look at these people out here and the water that has just overtaken this area.
And you think, again, this was earlier. So imagine that right now. It is dark outside. It is way too dangerous for anyone to be out there. Many of these areas in Florida had mandatory evacuation. Some were voluntary. But let's hope everyone is safe at this point.
Right now, we want to get you to our Angelina Salcido. She is in Valdosta tonight. She's been there for quite some time, tracking what she is seeing down there.
So the wind gusts have definitely started to pick up as the hours have continued to go on. As we know that this landfall of Hurricane Helene is going to be imminent, we are waiting for those outer bands to start making it to our location here in Valdosta, because we know that we're going to start feeling those heavy winds. We're also going to get heavier rain as well. If you take a look behind me, you're kind of going to see the amount of rain that has been falling so far, and a wind gust is coming by right now as well. We just recently spoke to the EMA director here in Lowndes County. She was telling me that the public information officer rather was telling me that they are really just making sure that they watch the winds because of how much power outages they tend to see in this area when the storms do pass by. That is going to be the main event that they are watching for. On top of the fact that the ground is going to be saturated, those trees can also come down as well. We spoke to a woman who was actually in a shelter, chose to evacuate because she didn't trust the fact that her and her husband would be safe this time around. Here's what she had to say.
Things can be replaced. Lives can't. So we have a home, and I love our home, but I don't dwell on that. We're not in it. So I feel confident that everything will be okay.
Now, that woman's name was Joyce. We have been checking in with Joyce throughout the night. She says that she is doing okay. She's in the shelter. She's feeling good. So is her daughter and her grandchildren, who are also there staying with her as well. There are hundreds of people that have gone to shelters because they know what storms passing through this area of Georgia can do. And so as these conditions continue to deteriorate, we're going to show you what they look like and what we continue to see. Flooding, not going to be so much of a concern in this area in the south of Georgia, but the winds that we continue to see and the heavy rains as well, that's going to be the problem here. We're live in Valdosta. Angelina Salcido, 11 Alive News.
All right, Angelina, thank you so much. We want to take you now to one of our reporters out on the streets tonight. Our Karis Belger is in Midtown. Karis, what are you seeing out there on the highways?
All right, we're going to check in with Karis in just a moment, but she's driving around here in Midtown, and you see obviously that the roads are wet. We've also had reports tonight of flooding in several areas across the metro, along with trees down. And as Chris mentioned earlier, the power outages, the numbers starting to increase, not widespread at this point, but if you are out on the roads, be very, very careful because you will want to get to a safe place pretty soon.
All right, so let's move now to Brookhaven. That's where we find our Grace King. Grace is monitoring a situation where we're seeing some of the impacts of the weather that we're seeing right now, trapping some people in their homes. Is that right, Grace?
Right, for a couple blocks here on the south portion of Buford Highway. If you take a look next to me, you can see where the road has just kind of washed away here. What happened is this part is already under construction. They've been doing utility work along the edge of Buford Highway, and typically all this gravel that you see on the road, on the sidewalk, is filling this so people can drive from their apartment complexes. There's quite a few of them on this side of Buford Highway over to Buford Highway to get where they need to be. With all the heavy rain, all of that gravel has washed away, leaving about a foot or two of just nothing there. We saw someone get a flat tire earlier. We saw another car that had to be towed away. The people here tell me that this has been a problem for several years, really, with the construction going on, and that every time it rains, they see the gravel go down a little bit, but nothing quite this strong. And that's something that seems to be a theme with Hurricane Helene. We keep hearing the word unprecedented. We don't know what exactly is coming, and they say this is just the beginning. One woman that we spoke with says she works at a clinic. She's planning on going tomorrow to help her patients, but she doesn't quite know how she's going to get there because there's no way to drive in or out of this complex or some of the other ones nearby. We've seen a bunch of Ubers, we've seen cars pulling over, trying to find some way over, but again, this is not just this apartment complex where we're here standing. It's several of them along Buford Highway that have no way in or out by car, at least for now. Back to you.
All right, Grace, thank you so much. We want to get you now to some video that we took from earlier in the day. This is off of Powers Ferry Road, a tree down even earlier during the daylight hours, just showing you what we've been dealing with. Our meteorologists have been talking a lot about the saturation of the ground due to all the rain that we've had and how that makes all of these trees across our area that much more likely to fall.
And we expect so many more trees to fall tonight, unfortunately, which of course then often lead to the power outages. But you can see crews were out there earlier. We are told by Georgia Power they have some 10,000 crew members today who are ready to respond to the power outages that we are likely to see.
Gwinnett County, another place already seeing some of the impacts of the weather that we are experiencing. We want to get you now to Sergeant Colin Flynn with the Gwinnett County Police Department. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. And we know that y'all are already seeing some of this as well, those power lines and trees down out there in Gwinnett County as well.
Yes, we're already seeing a lot of flooding in the area. We're seeing power lines that are down. We're seeing trees in the roadway already. And so we're working with our emergency management center. We're getting crews out there already. We're trying to clear the roadways as quickly as we can, but we anticipate as this continues to move through the night that this is only going to get worse. As the winds really start to come in on the late night, we anticipate that there's going to be a lot of trees down. There's going to be power lines that are going to continue to fall. And as our power line crews continue to get backed up, which they already are starting to go out to calls, that this is only going to continue to be more of a delay for people who are on the roadway. So at this time, we're just asking people stay off the roadways.
Absolutely. Sergeant, are there any areas in particular that you're seeing as big problem areas already?
As of right now, we don't have any of our major roadways that we're having issues with. We're already monitoring that in our emergency management center, but we're seeing a lot of trees fall on some of our smaller roads. We have several neighborhoods that are restricting access to people to be able to get in because of trees or power lines that have fallen. We've also had trees fall on a house, which then took the power lines to that house down. So some of our smaller roads are what we're really dealing with right now. But as the night continues and we continue to see more of these storms roll in and we continue to get the more high winds, we anticipate some of our major roadways are going to be affected.
Sergeant, we know that the work doesn't stop for all of you. How are all of you preparing to take care of the community and yourselves?
Well, the Gwinnett County Police Department has been planning this for a few days now. As soon as we found out that the storm was coming in, we started the preparations and the planning for this. We feel as though we're well planned. All of Gwinnett County is working in the Emergency Operations Center. So we have not only the police department, but the sheriff's department and fire department and all of our Department of Transportation, all working in one location so that we can quickly get resources to the areas that we need them the most. So we anticipate that our planning should hopefully allow us to get the roadways cleared a lot faster in these situations.
All right, Sergeant Colin Flynn with Gwinnett County, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All right, we want to get you now to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, for some new information just coming in tonight about what we're seeing with Hurricane Helene. Chris?
And we are getting more and more flood warnings that are happening right now. And really, that's just going to be the trend for the rest of the overnight hours. I'm assuming we're going to have multiple counties, like almost a lot of our counties that are going to be experiencing flood warning conditions tonight. We have heavy rain here in Atlanta right now. Other areas have light to moderate rain. We see these bands coming in that will give us more and more rain. We continue with that weather impact alert for the rest of the nighttime hours, also into tomorrow. And at first we had that rain that was from the front. Now the rain is enhanced more by Hurricane Helene. Helene is getting really close to a landfall right now in northern Florida. And once it makes landfall there, then the focus is going to be what happens when that storm moves into Georgia. And we are going to have a lot of impacts here. We have 159 counties here in Georgia. All of our counties are going to have some sort of impact from Helene, whether it's just rain and a few wind gusts, or whether it's hurricane force winds or tropical storm force winds. All of us are going to be experiencing some sort of impacts from this system. We have already had some impressive rainfall amounts, but now we're expecting more. We're talking about an additional 3 to 6 more inches of rain here. We're talking about once the core of that storm moves in during the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning, the potential for 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts in the tropical storm warning area. In the hurricane warning, 80 mile per hour wind gusts, and that's areas just to the south of Atlanta. We're also watching that tornado risk that is mainly going to be to the east of us. So here is what we're watching. We have the center of the storm right here that is about to make that landfall. Here's Atlanta up here. There's the storm. Counterclockwise flow around that. That's sending a lot of that Gulf moisture our way, enhancing our rain that we've already had. You also see a tornado watch for the most of the peninsula of Florida and into parts of South Georgia. Another tornado watch in southeast Georgia and into South Carolina. A couple of tornado warnings still. We've had multiple tornado warnings around the Savannah area. And what's interesting with that is the center of this storm is in the Gulf of Mexico, about to make landfall. But it is so large, it is sending these rain bands not only over Florida, but out here over the Atlantic Ocean. And when these bands come in and hit land, it causes some rotation with that. And that's why we have seen multiple tornado warnings there near the coast. And we've even seen some inland as well, up into parts of the Dublin area near Lawrence County. We had a tornado warning a little bit earlier, not too far off from I-16. Here's a closer look at that. Now there you can see, we were talking just the last time we were with you, that this northern eye wall, that's the central dense overcast there on that northern eye wall, that is moving in over land right now. That's the strongest part of this system right now, moving in over the coast. It won't be an official landfall until the center of the storm moves inland, and we think that's going to be coming up anytime. I really think by the 11 o'clock hour, we may have an official landfall with this, but that's going to be pushing up. Now here's Tallahassee right here. Panama City has rain, but they're on the quieter side of the system, so they're dealing with wind and rain there, but not the really bad stuff. Tallahassee is right here. The eye is going to move really close to Tallahassee, moving over I-10. Gainesville, Florida, getting in on a lot of that rain and some of those bands moving in. Valdosta is going to be getting in on that rain and wind. That's where our Angelina Salcido is, along with her video journalist as well, and they are going to be hunkering down as the core of that storm moves in. We'll have more live reports from her coming up in just a little bit here. And then you can see those additional, again, tornado warnings over around the Savannah area as those bands move on through. For us, we have areas of light rain, moderate rain, and heavy rain. I mentioned earlier we had a little band of heavy rain pushing in over Atlanta. That's what you see there. So here's Cat 4, 140 mile an hour winds moving north-northeast at 24 miles an hour. That will be there at a Category 2 in South Georgia, and then in Atlanta as a tropical storm, and then dying out as we go into areas of North Georgia. Melissa, they just told me in my ear, what do you have there?
It has I'm seeing something about it making landfall, but I don't think it's actually made landfall.
So we're waiting. What happens is the Hurricane Center will give us updates in between the hourly updates, and even though our radar is showing that official center not making landfall yet, we're getting some reports that we might have an official landfall. But again, it's just kind of inside baseball there, but everybody's getting some of that damage there and impacts there, and we're going to see those impacts moving up into Georgia throughout the rest of the evening hours. Jonathan and Jennifer?
All right, Chris, thank you so much. We know you'll keep tracking it for us. We do want to take you now to our Joe Ripley. He is in Spalding County, just north of Griffin. Joe, what are you seeing there at this hour?
All right.
Spalding County is just one of several counties right now under a flash flood warning until about 3:15 in the morning. The rain steadily coming down where we are, North Spalding County, just north of Griffin. Let's turn the camera around so we can see what I'm seeing right now. And you can see that sign on the right, the yellow sign that says flood area ahead. And you can see the water pooling up too, just ahead of that sign, leading to a barricade that's closed the road here. We're on School Road, again, in North Spalding County. Those barricades there, the orange and white ones, it has a sign that says water over road. This is how serious these conditions are out here, and part of why we are having this flash flood warning, because the rain has just had multiple hours, over almost 2 days now, to pool. We spoke with Steve Ledbetter, who's the Spalding County manager, and he told me crews have already responded to these types of conditions, down trees. We've had power go out for some communities that has quickly been restored because communications have been increased since this community experienced those tornadoes that were so devastating just about a year and a half ago in 2023. So Ledbetter was also stressing the importance of people staying home. That's a large part of what we've seen out here because the roads have largely been empty. That's what we do want to see, because that means people are likely at home hunkering down. And when we don't see a lot of people on the roads, that means crews have an easier path in getting to the danger zones, the danger areas, and making those repairs if necessary, and cleaning up a lot of that debris, a lot of those branches that may be on the road, guys. And so I believe we had that soundbite to where we spoke with Ledbetter earlier this evening to see what he had to say about these crews responding.
Our public works crew have been out for the last few hours taking trees out of the road because we're already starting to see the trees coming down, and the flooding event is already starting because the weather from yesterday. Please take this extremely seriously. The event that's coming to us, as was indicated by GEMA earlier today, is an unprecedented event.
And Ledbetter says tonight that you have to be patient. And this doesn't just include the folks here in Spalding County. This is all 159 counties in Georgia, as Chris was mentioning, because if winds get over a certain speed, these vehicles can't afford to go out. They simply are not made to withstand those winds, and damaging one of those vehicles, just to give you a sense of perspective, Ledbetter says if a fire engine gets damaged, it could take up to 2 years to get a replacement. That is how critical and crucial it is to stay inside. This is how damaging this weather can be. So we're really stressing that importance here tonight, y'all. Bracing for more severe weather here in Spalding County. We'll send things back to you, Chris, in studio.
And that is good advice, really, for all of us to just be prepared. Know that it's going to be a rough night out there and a rough morning. Hunker down if you can. Stay in your home and keep it with us. We're going to be with you all night long here at 11 Alive, so you can find that information that you're searching for. Here is that hurricane warning that we know is in effect there along the coast, but it goes into South Georgia, Central Georgia, as far north as areas of Spalding County, Butts County, and Jasper County, Pike, Lamar County, Monroe County there, and also into Upson County. Those are some of the counties that we are responsible for here at 11 Alive for our viewing area, and there's a hurricane warning in effect for you. Well inland, we're talking north of Macon, where we have a hurricane warning. Tropical storm warning for the rest of us. We all expect to see tropical storm force winds, but down to the south of us, even hurricane force winds are possible here. Here's a look at the impacts we're really kind of trying to time out for you and let you know what to expect. Rain, a lot of it. We have already had rain, 1 to 2, some areas 3 inches of rain over the past couple of days. We're going to add on another 3 to 6 inches of rain thanks to Helene, sending all that Gulf moisture our way. Wind, we're expecting gust 50 to 70 miles an hour. The highest winds we're thinking are going to be between 3 o'clock in the morning and 9 in the morning. So you may be thinking, hey, we don't have much wind yet. The breezes are just starting to kick up a little bit, but this is only the beginning of those winds getting stronger. At the peak of this, again, in those hours between 3 in the morning and 9 in the morning, that's when we're going to have winds of 50 to 70 miles an hour. The tornado risk, low chances, mainly on the east side during the overnight hours. Another issue that we have right now is for flooding. Melissa Nord joins us right now with some really interesting information. Melissa, one of these rivers that you're watching may even have flooding that's worse than what we had in 2009?
Yes, it's approaching the record, and I'll tell you, this is the true definition of a flash flood. As we've been talking about all evening, the ground's not going to absorb any more rain. It's going to go into the creeks, to the streams. And this is the North Fork of Peachtree Creek in Buford. This is just south of North Druid Hills along Buford Highway. And this map shows you, this is a graph that shows you the water levels, okay? And what I want to point out is, as we went through the last couple of hours, these water levels are skyrocketing above major flood stage, okay? The latest update, which was at the top of the hour, 18.25 feet, okay? Normal pool is down below about 6 feet. The record from 2009 from the September floods was only a little bit above that. So we're approaching that, and I want to read what this is going to mean. We have a photojournalist on the way to see what's actually happening on the ground at 18 feet. So we're already there. Major flooding expands upstream and downstream from Buford Highway. Backyards of residential homes on Victory Drive, Dunwoody Place, Converse Drive will flood with about 5 feet of water. Portions of the parking lots of the apartment complex nearby and the Suntan Center near the gauge will flood with water at the foundation of the building. And as the water gets above 18 feet in all those places, we start to see the water coming up higher into those buildings and into the backyards. The South Fork of the Peachtree Creek is also, this is the North Fork. The South Fork is probably going to go up as well and produce major flooding downstream. That's going to work downstream in through downtown Atlanta. So flooding of Peachtree Creek right now, that's up Buford Highway. So that's up by North Druid Hills Road. Right now, this is approaching the record. This is in a flash flood right now, and that water is going to rush downstream. So if you live near Peachtree Creek, you know your home or your apartment complex is near Peachtree Creek and you're on the bottom floor, okay? I want you to move to higher ground. We have a flash flood warning that continues. Let me show you in perspective. This is the big picture flash flood warning. I want to zoom in and show you where exactly I'm talking about. This is 85. This is Buford Highway right here. And this road right here is North Druid Hills, okay? This is North Druid Hills, so this is kind of Choa, if I can remember correctly. And it's right in here where that creek passes over right under Buford Highway. So that's where we're seeing the flooding on the river gauge going up, and all that water is going to come rushing down Peachtree Creek into other parts of Atlanta. So Chris, that's the most imminent threat that I'm tracking in terms of flooding right now. There's other rivers in metro Atlanta that are entering minor flood stage or moderate flood stage, but this is the one that's really shot up very quickly that I'm most concerned about with the people who live around there.
I was just checking some of the rainfall estimates, there over on the east side of Atlanta, showing 3 to 4, in some areas 5 inches of rain just in the past little bit here during today. So that's why we're seeing that flooding imminent there, as well as those creeks and streams rising. What happens is you've got all this rain coming down, it flows down, and the rivers and creeks and streams collect it, and we're seeing rapid rises in those creeks and streams, which is prompting those flood warnings like Melissa was just telling you about. We also have the wind. This goes into tomorrow morning. This is at 4:30. Look at the center of the circulation right here with 47 mile an hour wind gusts tomorrow morning at 4:30 in the morning. Once we get to about 6:30 in the morning, we're talking 39 mile an hour wind gusts here, 40 mile an hour wind gusts in Marietta, 43 mile an hour wind gusts in Peachtree City, 50 mile an hour wind gusts in Thomaston, Gainesville, 51 mile an hour wind gusts. It is going to be a windy night and morning. Now we're going to watch that center of circulation move up toward the north. We're going to see the rain ending around lunchtime tomorrow. This is going to get in and out of here really quick, but still on the backside, we're going to be dealing with gusty winds, not as strong as it's going to be overnight and in the morning, but still winds tomorrow gusting 25 to 35 miles an hour at times. I want you to be aware of that because you're going to want to go outside and pick things up. You may have to be cutting up some trees or picking up tree limbs. But if the wind is still gusting 25 to 35 miles an hour tomorrow, you have to watch for other limbs that could be coming down or other trees that could be coming down as well. So please take it easy all day tomorrow. Things will be getting a little bit better for the weekend.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. We want to show you this live look. This is Key West, Florida, and this really explains it all right now.
Yeah, you can see those waves just crashing over right there, which is much different than it looked just earlier. The wind gusts are picking up right as the storm is making landfall close by in this area.
And as we come back here closer to home, we want to send you now to Zach Merchant. He's monitoring the conditions in terms of Georgia Power. And we know that people, some of you, maybe some of your friends and neighbors, family members are already starting to experience those outages.
Yeah, and boy, you see that live look there, and this storm is coming our way. You've heard Melissa tell us that. You've heard Chris tell us that. We've seen our reporters in the field. This storm is coming our way. One of the big worries on everybody's minds is power outages. Take a look at the map behind me. This is, for now, good news. This is a map of all of the Georgia power outages across our state. Let me give you a quick rundown of kind of what you need to know, what the ledger is here. Green is good. Yellow is okay. Blue is not so good. And red you really don't want to see on this map. Take a look. This is the full state. No red on the map. That's a really good sign. Let's talk about now the areas that we are already seeing some of these power outages. Come with me here. Let's take a look. Let's go to our blue county right here. That's DeKalb County. That's the county in our viewing area that right now has the most power outages. You see right over here, this is the number, 8,000 roughly customers affected in DeKalb County. Next up on our list, let's spin over here. This is Fulton County. I want to step out of the way so you can see here. About 3,000 customers without power in Fulton County. And then everything else sort of in the core metro area is doing pretty well. If you're in the green, and I don't want to lose my light here, I'm going to step over this way just a touch. If you're in the green here, this ledger means everything on the map that's green, it has fewer than 500 customers experiencing an outage. That's really good with this storm and the strength of this storm coming our way. It's not to say that it's going to stay that way, but at least for now, this is good news. You take a look around the rest of the state, we zoom out a little bit, we see a pocket of outages way up in Rabun County here. That's just tipping into the yellow tier here, about 502 customers affected. And then if we zoom out some more, because we know the eastern side of our state, that's going to be where we feel as Chris and Melissa have told us, that's the dirty side of the storm. We're going to feel the biggest punch from this storm, tropical storm and hurricane right now, Helene. Take a look. Out in Savannah, there in the yellow, about 2,000 customers affected, 2,000 customers out of power. And then if we head down to southeast Georgia here, and actually this just updated while we were talking about this, Brunswick is in the yellow, so is Ware County, so is Berrien County, but still just about 500 customers in each of those counties experiencing outages. For now, this is a really good map for us. If you're watching right now, take this opportunity. Charge your devices right now. Get the flashlights charged, the lanterns, your cell phones, everything you need, because we don't want to predict the future, but we do know a storm is coming our way. This map may start to show a lot more blue, a lot more yellow, a lot more red. We hope not, but be prepared now. Jonathan, Jennifer.
All right, Zach Merchant, thank you so much. And as Zach mentioned, good news for now, but we do know Georgia Power crews have told us they are ready. They are waiting to respond to the outages as we expect them to grow tonight.
Yeah, okay, so we want to take you now out to the roadways. This is a live driving shot. One of our news crews out on the roads. This is Monroe County. They are heading north on 85, Clayton County. Okay, so this is Morrow in Clayton County, excuse me, and they're heading toward the Atlanta area at this hour. But that's a look at the roads right now. Very slick. The rain coming down. Another reason why you don't want to be out there, as many people have been warning you, many different officials who we've been hearing from all day, asking people to get off the roads and get ready to hunker down.
That's right. And we're going to check back in with our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. People out on the roads now, Chris, but if they can stay home, especially in the next couple of hours, this is the time to get off the roads and get to your safe space.
Yeah, if if you have to go anywhere, cancel it. Be at home, hunker down at home. Don't get out until after this clears, and that's not going to be till after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And that's really when it starts letting up a little bit. I would still hang home for even past 9 o'clock in the morning until things really move out closer to lunchtime tomorrow. We have the weather impact alert in effect. It remains in effect for the rest of the night, overnight, and then through the day tomorrow, all because of this. Hurricane Helene sending all that rain up into our area. We're going to see an additional 3 to 6 inches of rain. We're talking about 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. We have areas of the hurricane warning on the south side. That's where we can see winds of 80 miles an hour. And we're also watching that tornado risk that's mainly going to be over to the east of us. Here is a look at locally what we're seeing right now. And what we have to watch for is these areas. All of us are covered up at least with green. All right. All of us at least are getting some light rain. Then we have these pockets where you have the yellows and oranges. That's a little more moderate to heavy rain. Those just kind of feed through. We have one over Atlanta right now. We have this one in northwest Georgia. We have more down to the south. And as I put this into motion, you can see how all of this rain is feeding in from the south. And that is enhanced by the flow around Hurricane Helene. And that's going to keep pushing these bands of moderate to heavy rain up into our area. And so you might have heavy rain and then it'll stop for a little bit or just go to light. Then you'll have another band of heavy rain. And that is going to be the trend for the overnight hours. However, I do think that for part of the overnight hours, it is going to be a persistent heavy rain once we get the center of that storm closer to us. Here you can see some of those bands. This is the one coming through Atlanta. If you can see the green polygon right here, that is a very large flash flood warning. That includes multiple counties here in the metro area where we are seeing so much rain that some flood prone areas are beginning to see and have been seeing some flooding moving through. Here is more over on the east side and down to the south toward Griffin, toward Barnesville, there in areas of Pike and Lamar County. So Griffin here, Jackson, Georgia, Barnesville, and down to Thomaston, that's where we have the hurricane warning that's in effect. They have the heavy rain there. Heavy rain extending over toward Madison and also into the Eatonton area. We're also watching down to the south where we have those tornado warnings down near Savannah right now. Tornado watch in areas of Florida, South Georgia, Southeast Georgia, and into South Carolina. Another tornado warning. So here's a closer look. We're getting closer to the 11 o'clock hour. We expect at any moment now to get an advisory, a position estimate update in at the 11 o'clock hour. Even though we're seeing this northern eye wall move in over land right here in this area, the center of circulation has not made it overland yet. So if we don't have an official landfall at 11 o'clock, I think it'll be soon after 11 o'clock when we have an official landfall. It's not official until the center of the storm, the center of that low moves through. But we're already seeing that northern eye wall moving in there over land. And there is that center of circulation. There is the coastline right here. And look at these bands just wrapping around that storm. We often call it the pinwheel effect. It just spins counterclockwise and you see those bands pinwheeling around it. And when some of those bands then hit land and move overland, that's where we see tornado warnings. We've got 3 of those right now near Savannah in that tornado watch there, with those bands coming in over the Atlantic that are coming in and causing those tornado warnings there. And then here we are again in Atlanta as that area of heavy rain continues to move through. Here's another look at these advisories, and it'll be interesting to see with the 11 o'clock update as well. I don't know that they will extend the hurricane warning farther to the north, but we have been watching that happening. That's been a trend during the evening hours where they'll add a few more counties on the north side into that. Right now, the hurricane warning goes as far north as Spalding County, Pike, Lamar, Upson, Butts County, and also Jasper County. That's even including Macon and north of Macon, where we have the hurricane warning. The blue colors there, North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, really all the rest of us are in a tropical storm warning as we are going to be seeing tropical storm force winds moving in. So we've got the rain already. More of it is coming in with an additional 3 to 6 inches possible overnight in the morning. Winds gusting 50 to 70 miles an hour. The highest wind gusts and the highest impacts from this system will be between 3 o'clock in the morning and 9 in the morning. Also watching that tornado risk, a low chance mainly on the east side of that track. Melissa Nord joins us right now. Melissa has been so busy keeping an eye on all of these flood warnings, and it is going to get even busier and busier overnight, Melissa.
And we've been showing you all day today how we have that high risk of flooding, extremely rare over North Georgia. You can see a handful of storm reports here. Earlier I was talking about the North Fork of Peachtree Creek and how it was in major flood stage approaching the record. Well, we also have other small rivers, creeks around the metro that are also starting to do similar things. All the water's running off into the creeks, into the lower lying points of the roadways. It's got to go somewhere, so we're starting to see those river levels going up. Peachtree Creek in Atlanta, so kind of just west of the downtown connector, is in major floods, moderate flood stage right now. It's skyrocketed the last 3 hours. It's now at 18.5 feet above normal. And what I want to point out with the river level at that gauge is at that stage we have moderate flooding along the creek upstream and downstream from Northside Drive. There's a parking lot near the corner of Peachtree Road and Fairhaven Circle. That's going to flood. Woodward Way is going to flood 1 to 5 feet of water and reach the foundation of some homes if they're not raised up. So this starts to impact yards. It starts to impact homes there as well. Backyards and sections of Peachtree Battle Avenue and Hanover West Drive, those could be inundated with 1 to 3 feet of water and reach the foundation of some homes there as well. So we've got 2 creeks where we actually have river gauges. We don't have river gauges on all of them that are showing that they're going into flash flooding. One of them's in major flood stage, one of them's in moderate flood stage, and keeps going up. If you're in this green polygon, which is a good chunk of the metro, you're in a flash flood warning until 3:15 this morning. Here's that other river I showed you earlier. This is up just south of North Druid Hills Road along Buford Highway. This is the North Fork of the Peachtree Creek. It was at, as of 10 o'clock, it was at 18.5 feet nearly, close to the record, which is 18.67. So we're about at 18.25, close to the record. That record was from the September 2009 floods. Here comes the rain coming in. It's going to get worse overnight. Okay, more yellow, more orange is going to show up. That means the rain rates are going to be increasing. That exacerbates the flooding threat, and it's going to mean all those creeks and streams are going to get swollen with more and more water, and it's got to go somewhere. So the water is going to flow downstream from the smaller creeks eventually into bigger rivers. So we're talking about the Chattahoochee River. That eventually will go into flood stage. But right now it's those smaller creeks that I'm concerned about for flash flooding overnight tonight. If your home is in a flood zone, okay, make sure you've turned alerts on onto your phone if that river gets into flood stage. Okay, big picture live radar, a few pockets of heavy rain, different parts of the metro. We'll zoom into the north side. We did have some really heavy rain earlier, over 400. That's pivoted east, so we're getting more of an east flow around the center of Helene. So Cartersville down into Paulding County near Dallas, western side of Atlanta, right about here. That's where that newest river going into moderate flood stages, and you can see there's more heavy rain pushing over that area. So I'm very concerned about the water levels going up there. Also along 75 on the south side of town, McDonough down into Spalding County, Griffin area, more heavy rain. That's going to lift northwestward. So I know Clayton, you might be in a brief lull. It's going to move back in. Fayette County, it's going to move back in for you here in the next 30 minutes. So Chris, we've got a long way to go. Another maybe 2 to as much as 6 inches of rain coming overnight tonight from Helene. So we're going to see more river flooding issues, creeks and streams I'm worried about through the overnight. We'll be here all around the clock watching those.
And this is our forecast track that shows us the future of the rain that is going to be moving in. And look at all the yellow, oranges, and reds here as we go through the rest of the overnight hours. And notice a couple of things here. The influence of all this moisture feeding in from the south. And then look at this at 3 o'clock in the morning. You know how our radar right now shows a lot of green around, some light rain mixing in? Overnight, we're talking about persistent moderate to heavy rain. Just look at all this moderate to heavy rain over our area at 3 o'clock in the morning. What I want you to notice here at the bottom of the screen, there you see the center of circulation beginning to come in at 3 in the morning. That's going to move up to around the Athens area by 6:30, and around that we have those very strong winds and the very heavy rain. This is going to be the core of the system moving in for those early morning hours tomorrow. As Melissa said, 3 to 9 o'clock in the morning is when we're going to see the most active part of this, with that heaviest rain and with those strongest winds pushing through. then you'll see how this is lunchtime. Where'd it go? It's out of here. It moved up to the north already, and it's going to take the rain with it. We'll still have some clouds. We're still going to have some wind. It's going to shift and come out of the south and west. And then through the day on Friday, we'll have clouds around, maybe even some sunshine breaking through in the afternoon on Friday. A couple of wraparound showers up in parts of North Georgia. And then heading into the weekend, a nice start to the day on Saturday, still a little breezy at times. And then we're still going to hold on to a 20% chance for a shower on your Saturday afternoon as we have some of that wraparound moisture coming in, but it's not going to be anything like what we're dealing with out there for right now. So stay with us. We're going to keep tracking this system. We hope to have some more information coming in really soon about this landfall that's imminent along the coastline of Florida.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. And as we wait for Hurricane Helene to make landfall, we want to take you to this live look out of Tampa, Florida right now. You can just see the waters. It's kind of dark out there, but you can see that water rushing in from the left side of your screen there. And we're seeing similar conditions throughout the state of Florida.
And I believe, Jennifer, this is one of the shots that we had earlier of one of the causeways there that you can see is completely flooded over. That's why some of the bridges and roads there in the Tampa area have been closed. It's just simply not safe to be out at all there tonight.
Speaking of the roadways, we want to show you one here closer to home. This is I-85 in DeKalb County. Some flooding there, and you can see the results of this. A large traffic backup out there on the highway. Looks like a lot of tractor trailers, and then a lot of emergency flashing lights began because of flooding that is out there on I-285 in DeKalb County. Really not safe to be out on the roads right now.
And as our meteorologists have been saying, we are going to get a lot more rain overnight. So again, if you don't have to be out on the roads, don't be, because you likely will run into something like this.
And that's the case that they're saying not only for right now and during the immediate overnight hours, but they're also saying this for the early morning hours as well. We know so many municipalities and businesses and schools have closed operations for tomorrow because we know folks like to get out, they want to see, but there will still be dangerous conditions. And we also know that those crews will be beginning to start their assessments and start their work in trying to get the power back online, the roads cleared. And so that's a lot of the work that's going to be done. We don't want to be in the way of those first responders and those crews that are helping us get back to normal.
Absolutely. Speaking of power outages, we just checked with our Zach Merchant. Not a bad situation right now, but we are slowly starting to see the numbers increase with the number of power outages. So crews say they are ready. Georgia Power crews told us earlier they are ready to respond. But again, the best thing to do is to be at home right now, be in a safe space, especially as we really start to get the brunt of this weather that is still to come.
And we're still waiting on Helene to get here to us here in Metro Atlanta, but we've already heard from our meteorologists about flooding that we're seeing. We're seeing the reports online as well about the flooding conditions that are already out there. So those conditions are only going to get worse as those bands get closer and closer to our area. We're going to send you back now to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, who is continuing to track Helene for you all through the night, because this is, Chris, a very scary situation for some of us about what we're going to be seeing, things that we haven't seen in quite some time.
And it's really scary for a lot of people, not only in Florida, but the entire state of Georgia is going to be impacted by this system. We talked a lot about those memorable tropical systems like Opal, Alberto that came through. But this one, the way that it's just barreling through our entire state, a lot of times we get storms that come into the Panhandle and they go up into Alabama and we get some of the impacts, but it's not as bad over in East Georgia. This is a situation, though, where it's moving in to Florida and it's just going to cut right through our state, impacting all of us. And the center of that circulation is going to be moving through the metro area and just to the east of the metro area for those highest impacts there. So here's where the storm is in relation to Atlanta. We have Atlanta here. There you see that center of circulation really close to an official landfall right now. I'm eager to get the 11 o'clock advisory in to see if they are classifying this as an official landfall yet. But you can see here all of that rain feeding in from the south, continuing to move into our area. Here's a closer look where you see the storm here, that a northern eye wall is over land now. The western eye wall touching land over here, but it's the center part of the circulation that is getting closer closer to that landfall there. If it's not official at landfall at 11 o'clock, I think shortly after 11 o'clock, they will issue an update to say that it is making landfall. So that is what's happening. Now that we're seeing that happen, we are going to watch Georgia be the next target. It's been traveling through the Gulf of Mexico, aiming right at Florida there in the Big Bend. Now it's aiming toward Georgia after that landfall takes place, and that's where we're going to see our conditions worsening during those overnight hours. And you can see that eye wall there. On the east side, plenty of rain down in South Georgia, and more tornado warnings over near Savannah as those outer bands are moving through there. Another tornado warning on the South Carolina line, and then all that rain moving in. So you see more of these moderate and heavy showers, more bands down to the south. That's just going to keep feeding in over and over and over during those overnight hours. Live look right now from our tower cam in Atlanta. We have rain here. You see the raindrops that are moving through our area. Here is that track, 140 mile an hour winds. This was the 10 o'clock update, 11 o'clock wind coming in at any moment now. And then it moves up toward the north, still a Cat 2 in southwest Georgia, tropical storm in Atlanta, and then it falls apart up to the north as a low, just kind of lingering over parts of Tennessee and also into the Kentucky area. Here's another look at the tropical alerts. The 11 o'clock advisory may add a few more counties into this hurricane warning. We'll wait and see if that happens. But as of right now, that hurricane warning just south of Atlanta, near Griffin, over Jackson, Georgia, over into Jasper County, Pike Lamar County, and Upson County. And then the rest of us are in that tropical storm warning here, where we are expecting tropical storm force winds. Melissa Nord joins us right now. She's been keeping an eye on the local impacts, and plenty of flooding going on already before the main part of Helene even gets here.
That's right. And Chris, we've got a lot of rainfall here in the last 48 hours since yesterday morning when we started with round one of rain not related to Helene to now. Look at this map. This shows you how much rain everyone's picked up. And I've actually queried a few of those locations so you can see we have got 5-inch totals, 6-inch totals, 7-inch totals, and many hours yet left to go. About another 12 hours of rain still to go, give or take. So we're going to see more flooding issues surmounting overnight tonight. You can already see our big flash flood warning through the heart of the metro. And as I've been talking about over the last hour, there's several smaller rivers or creeks that are going into moderate or even major flood stage. So what that means is they're not rising slowly, they're rising quickly in a flash flood. So if you live near a creek or stream or something like that, and you know during any previous big rain events it floods, stand watch, stand guard. If you see that water rising up, move to higher ground. Big picture, we've got the rain moving in. There are some areas where the rain is heavier, and this is one of those trends we're going to see picking up, especially as we get past midnight tonight through the overnight. The core of Helene starts to track up through North Georgia, and that's when we see that not just the highest winds, but the rainfall rates getting at their highest as well. So that's when everything is at its worst outside, and you definitely do not want to be on the roadways. Big picture swath right here, moderate rain. This is all working back up into the metro. So right now it's Athens, it's Oconee County, it's into Monroe, Georgia, Covington, and out towards Butts County near Jackson, and even Spalding and Pike and Lamar counties getting that heavier rain. It's moderate rain as I would kind of dictate it, but that's all working northwestward into Atlanta again. So we're going to see the rain rates in downtown picking up again within the next 30 minutes to an hour. So that's going to exacerbate flooding that's already ongoing. You can see some of that really intense rainfall right now through Sunnyside and out towards Griffin. We'll zoom out a little bit so you can see the direction that's moving. It's moving out towards Tyrone and Peachtree City, and eventually that'll be lifting up towards I-85 as well. I know we just had one little batch of moderate rain move through I-85. Well, we're going to have another one lifting northward here over the next 30 minutes. So we've got a lot to go. Overnight tonight, flood risk increases 3 to 6 inches of rain. If you're in the tropical storm warning, gusts will get up to 50 to 70 miles per hour. If you're in the hurricane warning, those gusts are going to get up to 80 miles per hour. We've got a lot more coverage to go. We're going to take a break, reset at the top of the hour. We'll see you next for 11 Alive News at 11.
Daily commutes and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.
We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans.